Chapter 1365. After the rotten wings exploded and the creature that was going to sacrifice its blood to the Yang realm disintegrated, the entire soul river calmed down and didn't have a single ripple. However, amidst this silence, the terror of the special sound that occasionally came from the end of the soul river became even more apparent. It was as if an ancient door that had been submerged in darkness and dust for hundreds of millions of years was being slowly pushed open. It was going to open from the dense fog and reappear in the world. Clang! Especially towards the end, the sound became clearer and clearer and broke the silence of this area. Boundless oppression and darkness seemed to be surging over violently. This was an indescribable feeling. Even though they were separated by the Soul River, and countless years had passed and galaxies were extinguished, all the evolvers on the three battlefields were still terrified. They couldn't help but tremble, and even their soul light was shivering. Everyone was uneasy, as if the end of the world was coming. Even the strong, celestial venerables were going limp on the ground, let alone the other creatures. All the evolvers that were too close to that special passage were already covered in cracks and collapsed on the ground. It was the same for the divine kings, and some of the weaker creatures had even turned into a pool of blood. This was boundless oppression. Even if only wisps of it flowed out, it was still extremely terrifying. At this most terrifying moment, some regions in the Yang realm also underwent a shocking change. In a certain dark swamp, boundless fog rose up and the world seemed to have darkened. It covered the firmament, causing the heaven and earth to crack and disintegrate. Meanwhile, in a certain land of fire essence, it was also suddenly recovering. All of a sudden, great flames overflowed and burned the sky. The entire horizon was distorted and space was collapsing. The flames seemed to cover the 33 heavens. In some other places, the entire desert was trembling. Yellow sand rose up violently and revealed the endless terrifying truth under the prehistoric earth. Fresh blood surged up like a river, flowing horizontally and vertically. Then even the sky was dripping blood as it fell down. Strange phenomena appeared everywhere, and it was extremely terrifying. In a trance, even the sun was obscured. A black sun covered the sky, and all the heavens were silent. Even the galaxies were trembling. There was a kind of oppression in the land of the Yang realm, and even the outer realm. It was as if the most terrifying thing was about to happen, and was about to spread to the heavens. This kind of oppressiveness, this kind of terrifying pressure, this kind of bad omen and clues was about to exceed the limits of this realm. The three battlefields shone. If not for the existence of special artifacts, everyone here would have died. Perhaps not a single person would have survived. In that boundless strangeness, under the terrifying gray ripples, an invisible and despairing aura spread, but it was blocked by the source chi of all things. Gradually, the fragments in the source chi of all creation were interrupted. Otherwise, no one could imagine the terrifying consequences. Even so, the three battlefields were still in a terrifying state, causing the celestial venerables to be suppressed to the point of self-detonation. Countless evolvers lay on the ground, panting silently as they gulped down the essence of heaven and earth. Many people were bleeding from their 7 orifices, and their eyes were covered in dark red liquid. Their faces were distorted as they endured the pain, helplessness, and despair of hovering between life and death. The source energy of all things circulated, and that fragment traversed across the soul river. It swirled with densely packed, great Tao symbols, heaven and earth resonating with it, all Tao trembling. It became more and more resplendent, resisting the pressure. The unknown was the most terrifying thing in the fog. That slow and powerful sound was truly like the movement of an ancient gate from the prehistoric era. It was extremely intimidating. In the darkness, a formless energy appeared. It was as if a strange domain was reviving, causing the void to tremble. Something was about to come out, wishing to sweep through the 10,000 worlds. Then, in the fog, rumbling sounds sounded from the end of the dusky Soul River. Then there were sounds of chains shaking, as if a vicious beast that was trapped in a cage was walking out. Oppressive, oppressive. Home. Suddenly, the source chi of all things surged. The fragment it wrapped around became sparkling and translucent, and then it released dazzling radiance, illuminating the heavens. The frozen battlefield immediately seemed to be illuminated by tens of thousands of heavenly suns, as if it immediately illuminated the endless time and space. It was as if all of the radiance from past generations gathered on this day. It was just too resplendent and too holy. Meanwhile, at this moment, the Soul River also surged as if it was boiling. Endless brilliance erupted, and the Soul River that stretched for millions and millions of li was boundless. The entire body was shaking, rumbling. All of this was because that fragment was shining, releasing millions and millions of symbols. Even heaven and earth were resonating with it. Moreover, it was attacking. In the darkness, the terrifying aura at the end of the Soul River pervaded the air. That formless energy was spreading over, as if it was going to destroy everything in its way. Chong. Kung Chong sounds rang out from within the source chi. Symbols burned, and that fragment fiercely pushed forward, directly suppressing over. The two were going to collide. Heavens, this is the Soul River. There really is something at the end of that place. Back then, even the Celestial Emperor overlooked it and missed that place, unable to slaughter his way into the final trial. Now it is going to come into being. At this moment, in a certain mountain and river in the Yang realm, there was an old monster who had lived for an extremely long time, his origins unknown, that shouted in a low voice. His hair stood on end, and he was roused awake. One could see just how deep the waters of the Yang realm were. There was actually someone who directly recognized the so-called Soul River, and he even knew some of the legends related to the Celestial Emperor and the end of the Soul River. The most powerful power surged. In the mist, at the end of the Soul River, there was a fluctuation that exceeded the understanding of ordinary people. It was so terrifying that even the heavens were trembling, and all things in the world were wailing and shivering. Wasn't it said that no one could open up the end of the Soul River and explore the secrets there? Everything was just a legend, but today, why is it coming into being on its own? Back then, even the Celestial Emperor didn't discover the strangeness and overlooked that place. Is it really going to open up now? This also proves that there really is something there, that there is boundless terror. Some people said with trembling voices, they were in the famous mountains and great rivers. Their bodies withered like rotten wood, but they still tenaciously lived on. Chong. In the source chi, that fragment streaked across the fragments of time. In the end, it even passed through the obstruction of the river of time and shot to the end of the Soul River. It was like an incomparably sharp and unmatched sword radiance as it pierced into the dusky darkness. Dang! It was obstructed. There was something formless or some power that appeared, blocking its path and making its speed in midair become slower and slower. Great waves overflowed into the heavens. The Soul River surged, and sparkling soul light curled about. Some of the Soul River's waves actually directly hit the edge of the special passage, wanting to pass through the reincarnation road and reach the Yang realm. This was simply crossing millions and millions of miles of space-time. That kind of aura was too terrifying. The Soul River seemed to have burst its banks. If this surged out, it was simply going to destroy the world and shock the past and present. A faint and indistinct sound rang out from the end of the Soul River, matching the atmosphere there quite well. However, the expressions of some prehistoric monsters in the Yang realm changed. What was that? The legendary primal chaos tribulation crossing song. Was it the true, complete chapter? In the Yang realm, there was a certain forbidden land that also had this wonderful technique and this song score. However, all the supreme experts that truly understood it knew that this forbidden land was missing the final chapter. The people of the world mistakenly believed that they had the complete chapter, but in reality, it was still a fragment. From ancient times until now, the primal chaos tribulation crossing song was one of the top 3 supreme techniques, but it was actually only a kind of music at the end of the soul river. It didn't display its might there and didn't reveal its ultimate power. Instead, it was just a kind of background music. This was really too terrifying and made everyone's scalps go numb. What would happen if someone really took action? Boom! The origin energy of all things burned. The fragment it wrapped around was extremely dazzling, as if it had penetrated the past, present, and future. The voice of the past celestial emperor seemed to have sounded again. That faintly discernible male voice, even though it sounded a bit indistinct, possessed an eternal and unrivaled power. There was a great boldness that could suppress all enemies in the past, present, and future. I am a celestial emperor, suppress all enemies. With a boom sound, the fragment in the origin energy broke through the obstruction and directly penetrated the formless symbols and energy. It destroyed the boundless soul river's great waves and fell into the depths of the end. At the same time, the primal chaos tribulation crossing song changed into another faint and strange sound. Then it became resounding. Not good. Once this kind of energy erupts, even heaven and earth will be damaged. A great calamity is about to strike. There were old monsters who were trembling and wished they could escape the Yang realm. In the dusky darkness, there were dazzling symbols that lit up. Were those scriptures? They lined up together and formed a vortex to imprison the fragment in the origin energy. Then, that ancient door trembled violently. Some ferocious beast, seemed to be struggling free. It erupted. However, at this moment, the source energy couldn't be stopped either. It suppressed downwards. Dang! Waves erupted. The limits of the soul river seemed like they were going to dry up. At this moment, quite a few people clearly saw the truth reflected there. There really was a door. It was submerged by the mottled passage of time, buried by the dust of history. It had experienced too many great changes, ancient and old-fashioned. Moreover, that place was extremely indistinct. Everything that approached that place would distort. At this moment, the fragment in the source energy was unstoppable and unstoppable. Its entire body was resplendent to the extreme. When it pierced through that ancient door, there was actually blood that flowed out. Chong! It pierced through and nailed itself onto the door. It wanted to break through and uncover the truth that had never been revealed since ancient times until now. However, this place really was extremely terrifying. When that fragment pierced through the door and nailed itself onto it, about to break this place apart, a terrifying aura erupted. That day, the reincarnation path trembled and the soul river surged. The Yang realm seemed like it was going to explode, and the creatures of the outer realms were going to suffocate. The heavens seemed like they were going to explode. How long? That ancient door violently trembled and surged with terrifying energy. Something was going to make its way out. Dang! At this time, by the Soul River, another object also shone and was activated. It was precisely the weapon fragment of the large black dog's master from back then. It was a clock fragment that was left on the ground. It was dyed with blood and had words and symbols on it. It suddenly rose into the air and shot towards the limits of the Soul River. Chong! It also flew over, passing through the Soul River and nailing itself onto the door. It was going to crush this place to pieces. Similarly, after it was inserted into the mottled and old-fashioned door, there was also blood flowing out. It was extremely terrifying. How long? The Soul River overflowed into the heavens. In that darkness, that indistinct place surged with unknown things and matter. It was actually going to drown out that place and distort everything. Meanwhile, at this moment by the Soul River, that damaged tablet that was left behind by the expert who sliced through the past and present with a single sword also shone and began to tremble. On the shore, an endless sea of sand flew up and overflowed into the heavens. As the stone tablet trembled, it poured towards the limits of the Soul River. The stone tablet shone, and its symbol shone resplendently. The banks of the Soul River completely erupted. All types of energy and symbols intertwined in this region. Chapter 1366. Ghosts wept and deities howled. Sand and stones flew about, and the starry river was torn apart. Something inconceivable happened at the Soul Riverside. Intense collisions and all types of energy tangled together. In that instant, a hazy mist pervaded the air, wishing to spread towards the three battlefields and emerge through that special passage. Meanwhile, the current battlefield was extremely terrifying. Many small worlds were affected. They were currently exploding and continuously disintegrating. This was a tragedy for the human world. At the end of the Soul River, the stone tablet shone. Yellow sand filled the sky and danced about. These were all former souls, but they turned into sand and accumulated here. Now they were whistling through this strange land. Great waves overflowed into the heavens. Ear-piercing cries sounded from within the Soul River. There were beast roars and malicious spirits weeping. There were even stars rolling about, falling from the dusky sky. They all carried blood as they fell into the Soul River. Put on. The waves became even greater, cleansing the heavens and submerging the sky. This area was simply unimaginable. The Soul River howled in grief as blood died, stars fell from the sky. It made the millions and millions of li-wide Soul River rumble and set off world-shocking waves everywhere. As for the other end, the bell and cauldron rang out in unison. Those two fragments resonated and erupted with incomparable energy to break through the ancient gate. On the mottled old gate was a dark red expanse. Terrifying blood was flowing. That blood was too sinister and had a boundlessly strange aura. This was the blood that seeped out from within the gate. Was there some creature that was injured? It was difficult to distinguish. After the blood appeared on the gate, heaven and earth became sinister. A terrifying aura expanded. That blood actually wanted to refine the fragments within the source energy. At this time, in the rear, the stone tablet rumbled. Endless yellow sand melted and turned into a special type of divine granule. There was also a portion that turned into ancestral matter. It covered the sky and earth as it smashed towards the gate. In that instant, that area became indistinct. Moreover, a muffled sound could vaguely be heard from that gate. It was as if the gate was opening, but also as if a fierce beast was reviving. Its throat moved and a syllable was released. At this moment, the outside world was a mess. It was incomparably terrifying. After wisps of mist leaked out from the energy passage, it caused many secret realms to collapse. It was bloody and cruel, making everyone tremble in fear. The only fortunate thing was that the small world Chu Feng was in had disintegrated first. The bodies of the two Empyreans had been torn apart, and their blood had splashed onto the wretched earth. This had already caused many people to be terrified, and they quickly fled the regions where the various mystic realms were located. Otherwise, it was unknown how many people would have died tragically and how many evolvers would have been annihilated. They would have been buried in the exploded secret realm. Even so, a destructive hurricane was formed in this place. 23 small worlds exploded one after another. Balls of dazzling light blossomed, as if they were going to burn the world of the living. At the center of the explosion, there were heavenly deities who howled, struggling intensely, reluctant to leave this world. However, they couldn't stop the great winds, quickly dying. They were the two celestial venerables whose corporeal bodies had disintegrated after the explosion of the secret realm where Chu Feng was. Part of their soul light had escaped, and they originally had hopes of surviving. But now, with the deterioration of this area, both of them had died tragically. In the end, not even the slightest bit of soul light was left as it was burnt to ashes. Of course, there was still more than half of the soul light that was drawn into the energy passageway and turned into two light specks that submerged into the Soul River. Chapda! The six-eared macaque shouted. He was sure that this sworn brother of his was finished and that he would never see him again. That was because even two heavenly deities have been annihilated in body and soul. So how could a great sage survive alone? Mi Qing, Li Jiuxiao, and the others also sighed. They hadn't known Chowda for long on the battlefield, but as a disciple of the First Mountain, he actually died tragically here. Brother, the big black yak, the old donkey, and the Manchurian tiger also shouted. Their eyes were red. They had just reunited, but could it be that he was going to die again? At this moment, they had long since retreated far enough to avoid this great calamity. All the evolvers who were too close died tragically. They didn't have their soul light sucked away and sent flying into the Soul River millions and millions of kilometers away, or they were crushed by the disintegration of the small worlds. At this moment, even the heavenly deities had no way to do anything. They didn't dare to approach, because whoever went over would die. One day I will return. At this moment a voice rang out. Chu Feng was whispering from within the stone jar. He was going to leave and take advantage of the chaos to drive the stone jar far away and break away from this battlefield. He had heard these words from the stone tablet earlier. Now he was going to evolve. He hoped to rise quickly and step on his own path. The world had already changed greatly. He needed to become stronger in order to have a foothold in this world. Otherwise, he would only be a pitiful ant in the future. Not to mention participating in the game of chaos. He might be trampled to death by the giant foot of the dragon in the sky, if he wasn't careful. The stone jar soared through the air and didn't receive the guidance of the Soul River. On the contrary, it completely dispersed the wisps of overflowing mist. In the end, before the stone jar left, it shone even more brightly and shook off that path. It almost cut off the connection between the Soul River and this battlefield. Chu Feng trembled. At this moment, the stone jar was sparkling and translucent, almost transparent. He could see everything outside. How could it have such great power? At this point, people could only vaguely see the scene at the end of the Soul River. Did you guys hear that? I think I heard Chowda's voice just now. What did he say? Some people didn't believe it. However, there were indeed a few people who were especially sharp and felt as if they had heard his words. It seems like, I will return one day. Was he unwilling to give up? He still wants to reincarnate and come back. Some people were bewildered. There were indeed some people who heard it, but 99% of them didn't believe it. A great sage dared to boast shamelessly and could even reappear in this world. At this moment, many powerhouses from the Yang realm rushed to the 3 battlefields to witness this calamity from afar. They wanted to evaluate the consequences of this great calamity in the future. At this moment, the most regretful person was young Lady Shi. She didn't have time to meet with Chu Feng and talk with him in secret before he disappeared. Zhou was very worried and terrified. She couldn't stay calm anymore. She was afraid that Chu Feng would really die in the process of the secret realm's collapse. Even though she knew that he had some tricks up his sleeves, she still felt her hands and feet go cold. Big brother Chu Feng, the silver-haired little Lolita, also whispered in the dark. Her face was full of tears, and she was heartbroken. At this moment, her sister Ing Zhuxian looked at the burning secret realm and was lost in thought. She only had some kind of complicated emotions now that part of her memory had been cut off. Chowda, your death is not to be regretted. Unfortunately, where is the imprint of Yushan's bloodline? It will be severed from now on. Ah, I hate you so much. A group of powerhouses from the Yuan clan rushed over. They were incomparably resentful. Many people's eyes emitted cold and frightening beams of light as they opened and closed. They were full of regret. Chowda, you still want to come back and reappear? Don't you know who you are? What qualifications do you have? But I really hope that you can come back and bring the imprint back. An old man from the Yuan clan growled and clenched his fists. His hair had all turned yellow. This was a powerhouse who had personally come to the scene. Unfortunately, he came too late. However, as if responding to him, there was actually a voice that shocked everyone. One day I will return. However, this wasn't the voice of the 3 battlefields. It was the mysterious fluctuation emitted by the damaged stone tablet in the Soul River. It made everyone feel as if they had received some kind of spiritual attack in a split second. Their soul light seemed to freeze momentarily. The people of the Yuan clan felt their blood run cold. Was it the same as what Chowda had said? Everyone was shocked and then dumbfounded. Boom! The Soul River shook violently as people saw the final terrifying scene. The road was about to be completely cut off. Everything became indistinct. At the final juncture, all the characters on the stone tablet shone. Moreover, it rose from the ground and suppressed the end of the Soul River. The divine and the terrifying fused and exploded. Boundless ancestral Taoist matter-boiled and drowned the door. In addition, the bell and cauldron rang and shone at the same time, evaporating the blood seeping out of the door. That strange blood could melt them. Boom! Yellow sand filled the sky and completely covered the end of the Soul River. The stone tablet pressed down and made the door wail. Blood splashed 3,000 feet high, and the strange mist expanded rapidly. Did the stone tablet suppress that place? Then, even the stone tablet and the broken pieces of the bell and cauldron disappeared in that area. Many people wanted to know what happened there after all. However, that area became more and more indistinct. Even the road leading outside was broken. Everything became dark and unpredictable. However, at this time, resentful souls howled and wanted to escape from the Soul River. They struggled free and brought back some news for people. The end of the Soul River hasn't opened and they haven't returned, but it's already like this. My last strand of true spirit can't be preserved either. Is it going to be destroyed? Previously, the creature with rotten wings actually didn't completely die out. He left behind a strand of true spirit, that attached itself to some special damaged armor. That damaged armor shone and wanted to break free and escape from the Soul River. However, now, that damaged armor was burning and quickly turning into ashes. He also screamed miserably. The last strand of true spirit will also collapsed and could no longer appear. At this moment, someone from the Yang realm spoke. Even someone like you wants to sacrifice the Yang realm great realm? You mistook this for small world. This is one of the old lands from back then. You've recognized the wrong place. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. Who is speaking? Your grandfather is speaking, woof. A large black dog reached out its enormous head. It was unknown where it was as it projected itself onto the great earth. At its side, there was a damaged bell with the corpse of a middle-aged man with disheveled hair lying on top of it. It actually appeared again, mainly because of the strange soul power that appeared at the end of the Soul River. It caused the corpse of the damaged bell to resonate, causing the giant black beast to also become vigilant. I can feel it. That person's cauldron is also resonating. I'm going to find him. I believe he's definitely still alive. The giant black beast growled, and its projection disappeared. At this moment, everyone realized that the true decisive battle at the end of the Soul River hadn't happened. There was only the resonance and collision of weapon fragments. That strange land had never truly opened from the beginning. Through the voice of the creature with rotten wings, they knew that the true thing behind the door had never appeared. Now, perhaps it was only a preview of the true eruption in the future. But today the Soul River appeared, and the aura that expanded there was too astonishing. Moreover, the bell and cauldron rang together, and the stone tablet suppressed the vile earth at the last moment, releasing a terrifying signal. Strange phenomena appeared everywhere in the Yang realm. Moreover, something even more terrifying happened. Incomparable energy flowed in the sky, and then a crack split open. A piece of yellow paper floated down. It was burning, and for a moment, its aura was too terrifying. It actually caused some stars in the starry seas in the outer realms to burn along with it. What's going on? Heavens, some areas in the outer realms are starting to burn. The Yang realm has encountered great calamities again and again today. Is it really going to be destroyed? At this moment, even the celestial venerables were crying out in alarm. They simply couldn't believe the reality before their eyes. What kind of mighty power is this? A powerhouse looked incomparably weak. He was trembling, and his body was haggard. He couldn't even stand stably. His face was full of shock as he looked up at the sky. Could it be that the power of the heavens has alarmed that place? An emissary from the outer realms whispered with a deathly pale face. The yellow paper burned, and the great Tao of the Yang realm rumbled. As if it had sensed something, the complete order of the world recovered, and the entire Yang realm great world shook with boundless energy. That was only a piece of yellow paper filled with words, yet it actually had such power to cause such an outcome. It was ignited. In the process of falling, the sky split apart, accompanied by specks of blood. The only fortunate thing was that it turned into ashes in the end. A portion of the ashes floated down to the battlefield and blocked the final crack leading to the battlefield from the Soul River, covering this place. There was also a portion of ashes that floated into the distance and landed on the first mountain. At this moment, Number 9 suddenly raised his head. Chapter 1367. At this moment, Number 9's face was distorted. It was unknown whether his eyes were rapidly contracting from shock or from excitement as they condensed into two symbols. His entire body was shaking and trembling as if he had seen the most inconceivable thing. His body was convulsing, and it was impossible to tell whether it was due to excessive fear or extreme excitement. There weren't many ashes that fluttered down here, but formed a great mist that completely submerged the first mountain. The terrain could no longer be seen. The heavens split apart, and blood was still dripping down. The ashes that fell were only specks and specks. There was only a small amount of them, but the consequences were extremely terrifying. The yellow paper burned and completely turned into ashes. They drifted down to the battlefield and covered the path connected to the Soul River. Rumble. Moreover, at this moment, the world changed greatly. It was as if it was turning upside down and about to be overturned. This region was densely packed with domain symbols. They erupted with undying radiance and shot up violently. The entire Yang realm's underground ancestral vein seemed to be flipping over. It was as if millions upon millions of objects were smashing down from beyond the heavens, about to sink the three battlefields. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. They simply couldn't believe what they were seeing. It was just a small amount of ash, yet it actually underwent a strange transformation. The substance that seemed like it could be blown away with a single breath now formed a mountain upon landing. This type of transformation was too astonishing. What exactly was the origin of that yellow paper? Who left it behind, and who wrote it? Now, after it was burned and turned into ashes, it could actually become like this? The boundless great mountain rose steeply from the ground. It was too grand and boundless, majestic and intimidating. It was entirely black, powerful and majestic as it towered above the clouds. It suppressed this place, completely covering the broken path of the Soul River and suppressing it below so that it could no longer be seen. The black mountain peak towered here, giving off an oppressive and boundless feeling. It was simply too powerful, and one couldn't see the end of it with a single glance. A bit of ash had become a great peak that suppressed everything. It had suddenly appeared just like that. On the battlefield, the experts of all clans were shaken. They were stupefied. Whose handiwork was this? Only the emissary's clan was trembling. They seriously suspected that this might have come from the heavens. Otherwise, how could it be like this? Of course, they also believed that there were creatures with this level of strength in the heavens. Otherwise, how could the Soul River exist for so long and the ultimate evolvers shed blood? Boom! The endless black mountain ridge shook violently. A formless pressure was released between the main peaks. The majestic Great Peak shook one last time and completely suppressed the battlefield. This place had calmed down, and all the abnormalities had been swept away. It was as if nothing had ever happened, but everyone knew that the Yang realm was different. They always felt that the world had become more and more magnificent. In this world, the great Tao has become even clearer. I can see order arranged, chains of law stretching across the sky, floating beyond the heavens. There was a great being who was overwhelmed with shock. His pupils constricted, and he felt a wave of fear, making him feel a strong sense of uneasiness. he discovered that it was becoming more and more strenuous for his decaying body now, and he didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. He was afraid that he would be injured by the recoil of the Yang realm after he destroyed the world. The world's laws have been reorganized, and order has become even stronger. In the Yang realm, a deep voice was heard from the extreme north. The martial madman was awakened and revealed a pair of pupils that were more terrifying than the sun in the darkness. That type of pressure was something all of his disciples could sense. They all trembled, feeling as if their bodies were going to explode. Even those as powerful as Empyreans couldn't endure it. Founding Master wants to take another step forward. Someone cried out involuntarily. The environment of this world is becoming more and more mature. It's no longer a blessing for all living beings, but an ultimate evolver. As the martial madman's eyes opened and closed, even time was in disorder. There were many giant star cores floating in the void in this area, and all of them were resonating. With a single thought, some of the broken stars rotated and rumbled, forming a terrifying great Tao fluctuation that covered the extreme north. Then it expanded and enveloped the boundless ocean. Is Founding Master going to be invincible in the heavens and earth? Some people were dumbfounded, and then they became shocked and excited. If the martial madman could become invincible throughout the ages and become unparalleled in the world, his disciples would also be able to dominate the world. Who would dare to disrespect him? The mysteries of heaven are unclear, and the great Tao is obscure. Who can leap up and transform into an invincible body? It's hard to say. My master has the mandate of heaven, so I must also fight for it. Or perhaps the other lineages of living beings want to evolve. The martial madman muttered to himself. Then his eyes were like immortal swords, emitting a resounding radiance. At this moment, a portion of the powerhouses in various parts of the Yang realm had a special reaction. Someone was going to achieve supreme Tao and was going to compete in the near future to set foot on that highest domain. In the Eastern Harmony Prefecture, between a certain great mountain where lightning and fire interweaved, large amounts of heavenly tribulation ashes rose. This was the place where Harmony Prefecture's former overlord cultivated in seclusion. In ancient times, he had once disintegrated and was killed by the primal chaos heavenly tribulation. In that era, he had once unified the vast territory of the Yang realm, but in this life he made a comeback. In reality, he had never died. Back then, when he was blasted into charcoal by the most powerful heavenly tribulation, he only went into hiding, withdrawing, not completely dying. At this moment, golden mist filled the air between his mouth and nose. Then it enveloped his entire body. His aura surged violently and was extremely terrifying. However, he could not help but let out a sigh. Even though he was still the overlord of this generation, his senior uncle had appeared. He was known as the invincible Feather Emperor. Moreover, not long ago, the Feather Emperor took action, killing the overlord of the Southern Zhan province. Moreover, it was a double kill, killing those two martial brothers. I still can't accept this. I still have a chance to become the ultimate evolver. He muttered to himself. His blood energy pervaded the air, and his bones crackled. In a split second, he became a robust young man. His blood essence was like the sea, and he was at the peak of his life. For a moment, the world darkened and the group of stars dimmed. The light of the great Tao surrounded his body, but it was gradually restrained as it absorbed all energy. At this moment, a terrifying phenomenon also occurred in the Westerny province. There were a few legendary ancient temples that had never appeared in the world since the prehistoric era. But today, the sound of chanting came from them. There were people chanting sutras. There were ancient temples that seemed to have returned from the primal chaos. They gradually approached the mortal world and returned to the Yang realm with a distant Tao rhythm. The ultimate evolver will no longer be a legend. He should appear, and he will be the reincarnation of Buddha. A calm voice came from one of the ancient temples. This kind of sound wave rang out in the hearts of all the people of the Buddhist race. It was like the great vibration of a great golden bell. It was rumbling, cleansing the soul light of people and intimidating this era. Similar things were also happening in the famous mountains and great rivers. In the Yang realm, all of the famous mountains and great rivers were secret lands. They were all important places that couldn't be set foot in. There were even some regions that even the most powerful clans in the Yang realm didn't approach. One could well imagine how terrifying they were. That was because there might be old monsters lying dormant and sleeping in any of the extraordinary terrains. There were some people who didn't even belong to this era. Their residences didn't belong to this world, and they were only connected by great Tao symbols. They were related to the Yang realm. At this time, there were famous mountains and great rivers that shone as expected. Resplendent symbols illuminated the boundless mountains and rivers. Among them, after a few auras appeared, the entire Yang realm was lightly crying. There were prehistoric legends among them, as well as unknown, unmatched creatures. At the same time, there were even creatures buried in the same generation as the Celestial Emperor. In addition, there were great evil spirits, fallen immortal kings, and others. They also revived in some secret lands and stayed in the Yang realm back then. On this day, the Yang realm wasn't peaceful. All types of unimaginable and abnormal scenes appeared. A great change had begun. Soul rivers, yellow paper, ashes, scene after scene. After all types of unforeseen events appeared one after another, it caused many evolvers to keenly sense that something big was going to happen. On that day, an enormous beam of light blossomed between heaven and earth. It was as if the heavens were being split open, causing the entire Yang realm sky to be enshrouded in mist. The laws of the great Tao interweaved endlessly. Many people watched with horror as all types of Tao marks interweaved and all types of laws smelted to condense into a human figure. It was as if a supreme Tao body was being developed. Later on, it changed again. The various great Tao symbols turned into a creature with 4 heads and 8 arms. It faced all directions and suppressed the world. When its eyes opened and closed, divine radiance pierced through the 4 seas. Following that, it changed again, turning into an immortal bird. It spread its wings and rose into the air. Its feathers were like chains of heaven that hung down and penetrated the 6 directions. In the next moment, the immortal bird disappeared. Those laws turned into an expanse of gray mist. Within the haze, it was howling miserably and incomparably terrifying. Soon after, the fallen immortal king appeared. Black light blossomed, and the immortal race's divine aura merged into one with the darkness. When its eyes opened and closed, the immortal race's incomparable energy erupted, about to penetrate eternity. On this day, the great Tao in the sky continuously developed, turning into all types of creatures. They were all condensed from the great Tao's traces. An ultimate evolver is going to appear. The races that appeared just now all have hopes of merging with the Tao and realizing the ultimate leap. All the races were shaken. As long as they appeared in the great Tao and were formed from Tao marks, there was a chance of unmatched creatures being born. The entire world was momentarily shocked. Many people's eyes burned with desire. Their hearts surged, and then their blood began to boil. Was the ultimate evolver, a creature that only existed in legends, going to appear? Some people were looking forward to it, hoping that their own race would have an ancient ancestor rise up and become an ultimate existence. Many things happened on this day. Only after a long time did people find out that the location of the first mountain was covered in mist and could no longer be seen. 2 days later, the great mist completely dispersed. A majestic mountain peak appeared, piercing straight into the clouds and entering the heavens. A large portion of the ruined area of the first mountain range was covered in mist. The first mountain has been destroyed, or could it be that the first mountain has regrown? People were bewildered and didn't know what was going on. Some people said that the first mountain was finished, that it had been targeted by the heavens and completely flattened. There were others who said that the first mountain had been reborn. The broken peak from back then was reconstructed, growing out from the ground, and once again standing tall in the world. People became increasingly convinced that the world's changes had begun. There were many things that exceeded expectations and became increasingly unfathomable. The emissary from the heavens left hurriedly that day to report back to the clan. An earth-shattering event was about to take place in the Yang realm, and perhaps there would be great opportunities. There were some forbidden lands and ancient paths that could connect to the outer realms, and some people passed on the news. There are changes in the Yang realm. Great cosmos-level creatures and experts with the ultimate path can all come and compete. A blood-stained letter fluttered through the fragments of time. It was extremely bewitching to send a letter to the people of the outer realms, and even to other creatures on the branch paths of evolutionary civilizations. However, all of this temporarily had nothing to do with Chu Feng. He took advantage of the chaos to smoothly leave the 3 battlefields. At this moment, he was in a very modern city. Row upon row of tall buildings towered into the clouds. The lights flickered at night, and the entire city was extremely gorgeous. All kinds of buildings were made of special composite materials. Some flowed with a metallic luster, while others returned to their natural state. But no matter what, it couldn't hide the fact that this wasn't a city of gods and devils. There were spaceships moving about, drawing out dazzling beams of light in the sky. Additionally, there were all kinds of flying saucers and small spaceships parked on top of many buildings, sparkling with a metallic luster. Chu Feng was absent-minded. Having been in the Yang realm for so long, he had almost forgotten that there were gods and devils in this vast land, as well as all kinds of human and technological civilizations. So much so that the weapons developed by the latter were boundlessly powerful and could slaughter gods and devils. It was just that the terrain of the Yang realm was too complicated, and some areas weren't suitable for warships to traverse the skies. Among them, the 3 battlefields were located in such a terrain. That was why such weapons couldn't be thrown over. At this moment, Chu Feng walked into a building that was blooming with multicolored light. Its interior was very large, and the combination of science and technology with the gods and devils made it gorgeous and practical. This place was known as the place with the most complete history books in the Yang realm. It was the accumulation of the painstaking efforts of past generations, and it was open to the public. He came here to search for some information, and then he prepared to go to a place to quickly increase his strength. Now, he wanted to use the information here to do some research and planning. Suddenly raising his head, Chu Feng's pupil shrank as he saw a scene on a large screen. Zilwan, his maid in the little underworld, the timid, fearful, and sometimes very arrogant woman after she was captured by him. Zilwan. She had now been forced to reveal her original form and had turned into a purple Luan bird, trapped in a birdcage. Chu Feng's gaze was faint, and he didn't make a sound. He stared for a long time. During this period, several days had passed. Unforeseen events had occurred in the Yang realm, and the news that an ultimate evolver might be born had already spread. Moreover, creatures from the outer realm had come. Above the heavens, 5 myths have descended. 5 heavenly creatures, known as myths, have come to the Yang realm. A secret rumor spread. The Yang realm isn't bad. The rules are complete, and an ultimate evolver is indeed going to appear. We can't hope for it. In the end, we're still too young, but we still have to fight for a great opportunity. On that day, there was an unusual movement in the Forbidden Land. It was connected to the path to the outer realm, and some creatures came through such a passage and entered the Yang realm. The Pure Lands of the heavens revere the Demon Master. The 7 great saints of the demon race have come. Although we're of the younger generation, after following our elders, we also want to see how the ultimate evolver will be born in the Yang realm. Not long after, there were also people from the outer realm in another forbidden land who entered the Yang realm through a passage. They were a few great divine kings, but they were only of the younger generation. They came before the old fellow from the ancient land. They were high-spirited and very conceited. Some of the roads that had been barren for a long time had creatures roaming about. Among them, there are also people who mentioned Chowda. They actually already knew this name, and they weren't very friendly. Third Sect Master. Chapter 1368. It was a magnificent building, and the courtyard outside was filled with verdant trees. The birdcage was hanging on one of the trees. Zealwan had long since been forced out of her original form and became a bird in a cage. Her arrogance and optimism in the past had long since disappeared. Her eyes were filled with tears and melancholy. Chu Feng stared fixedly at her. Back then, that timid maid, who became very arrogant later on, was actually kept in a cage and treated like a bird. What kind of person was this? Anger surged in his eyes. Did that person know Zealwan's identity and did this on purpose? Or was it just to show off his so-called status and taste, so he raised a purple phoenix? The scene flashed by and passed by. It was only a certain region of a certain cave residence. Chu Feng controlled his emotions and calmed himself down. That was because after watching carefully, he already understood that the cave residence was not simple and definitely belonged to an expert. Messing with my state of mind, he said softly. The person must have been saved, but he couldn't go now. That building was surrounded by beautiful mountain peaks and immortal mist. It was definitely not an ordinary place. Even the big dog in the courtyard was a divine king. It was useless even if he was angry now. That might be an important place of a sect, and it would be very difficult to break in. It's not that I don't care. I need to improve myself first. When I come out from that dangerous place, my strength will probably increase greatly. Then I'll go save her. Rather than being troubled, it was better to take action and improve his cultivation first. At that time, he would have the confidence to fight, kill, or break in. Chu Feng took a deep breath and memorized the name of that cave residence. Spiritual Mountain Cave Residence. He began to look up other things. First, he searched in the photon computer and then went to a cosmic brain to look through information. There were the crystallization of the blood, sweat, and tears of the past generations. There were special studies on the history of the Yang realm and the past of some forbidden lands. They were all open to the public. Chu Feng came here to look up the geography of the revered 8 trigrams furnace. He wanted to go there to refine his body and transform himself. He wanted to go through a great nirvana. He knew a little about the world of the living, but he was not a native. The reason why he knew that he could improve here was because he heard it from the 6-eared macaque. The monkey couldn't forget about it and was almost possessed. He said that his ancestor had contacted an important person. He and his sister, Mi Qing, would head to the supreme terrains, burn their true souls, forge an indestructible body, and attain the great sage Dao realm before attempting to break through to the mythical stage. One could well imagine how evil that place was. Once one withstood the special flames of the revered 8 trigrams furnace and didn't die, they would undergo a terrifying transformation in the end. In this regard, Chu Feng had a deep understanding of this. Back on Earth, that imitation of the terrain was just a crude imitation of the 8 trigrams furnace. Even so, it had caused him to mutate and unlock the fiery eyes. The flames on Earth and the special energy in the 8 directions couldn't be considered rare materials at all. In the Yang realm, there was a genuine supreme terrain, and this was of great importance. One had to know that this kind of natural domain was naturally born from heaven and earth. It was mysterious and terrifying, and its origins were astonishing. Even the stone jar had such a terrain map. One could imagine how extraordinary it was. Otherwise, why would it be recorded on the stone jar? Therefore, Chu Feng wanted to go in hopes of obtaining a fortuitous encounter. He carefully brought out all the information regarding the supreme terrain and studied it seriously. His brows immediately furrowed. It suspected that the flames pouring down from the outer realm formed a dangerous land. The flames gave birth to runes and gave rise to the supreme terrain. Just this paragraph revealed a lot of information, making Chu Feng astonished. Just what kind of fire was it that rolled down from the outer realm and naturally formed a terrifying mountain and river? Without a doubt, The revered 8 trigrams furnace was a forbidden land in the Yang realm. It was the same as the other 10 or so forbidden lands in the Yang realm. The difference was that very few creatures appeared in this terrain. Generally speaking, it didn't interfere with the ups and downs of the outside world and was very aloof. However, there were definitely creatures inside, and they were extremely terrifying. They were even more powerful than the masters of the other forbidden lands. According to reports, a 4th tribulation sparrow had been burned to death there, as well as a great evil spirit from the outer realm. Those who didn't submit would die an extremely miserable death there. Chu Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. The great evil spirit from the outer realm was suspected to be a celestial race. Even this kind of creature could be directly burned to death. Soon after, he continued to read and saw a few more shocking records. The so-called outer world might be the outer world of the 33 heavens. Chu Feng was startled at once. There really were 33 levels of heaven? What kind of zone was this? How are they divided? However, when he thought of the myriad worlds, he felt relieved. Although they were all legends and might be fake, there should be some origin after all. Chu Feng quickly flipped through the pages. There were too many annotations and records regarding the supreme terrain. For example, in the past, the Feather Emperor had gone there to temper his body and achieve a breakthrough. Chu Feng frowned. When he saw the records related to the Feather Emperor, his mood wasn't very good. Qing Yin had once said that she had someone she liked, and it was actually the prehistoric Feather Emperor who was known to be undefeated. Last time, the Feather Emperor appeared and slaughtered in all directions. He alone killed the overlord of the southern Shan province, and even blocked the joint attack of the old monk and others from the western He province. This person was simply too abnormal and excessively powerful. In this era, he was undoubtedly one of the key characters to become the ultimate expert. At the same time, Chu Feng also sighed. Qin Luoyin might never be able to return to the past, but where was their son, the little Taoist? Damn it, I, Chu Feng, have come into being and overturned all of you. With me here, do you still think you can achieve supreme results? I'll sweep you all to the ground. Chu Feng said indignantly. He felt inexplicably angry. He increasingly felt that he wasn't strong enough. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a problem for him to be Qing Shi's reincarnation, the undefeated Feather Emperor, the Soul River, the martial madman, and so on. For a full 6 days, Chu Feng forgot to eat and sleep. He poured all of his heart and soul into this place as he looked through all the ancient records regarding the supreme terrain. Moreover, he had even deduced which entities were inside. He could feel that although those entities hated to be disturbed by outsiders, they didn't completely take the terrain for themselves. They allowed others to step into the special area to temper themselves, but the prerequisite was that they couldn't be woken up. Chu Feng left this place and walked on the streets of the giant city under the hazy night sky. He watched flying saucers fly across the sky from time to time, leaving behind streams of flowing light. He entered a small cave residence that was open to the public at night, ordered a cup of wine, and sat quietly by himself. He was about to leave and begin his campaign from now on. What awaited him was blood and fire. This might be the last tranquility. Next, he would continuously improve himself. The golden wine was very pure and fragrant. Chu Feng was somewhat absent-minded. Was this the Yang realm? In a large city? Why did he feel like he had returned to Earth and was in a certain bar? Afterward, he discovered that he was slightly tipsy. Calling it wine was more like a spiritual liquid related to evolution. It can make one's soul light relax. Otherwise, how could ordinary wine make an evolver drunk? Sigh. Chu Zhoni's supreme path is about to open. What unrivaled being, what undefeated legend, and what heavenly fairy. Are you guys ready? I'm coming. You guys better coil up for me if you're a dragon, and fold your bedding if you're a true fairy. Where's my son? He was really drunk and ordered the most expensive golden heavenly spirit wine. Even a celestial venerable would sometimes become slightly tipsy after drinking this thing, so he naturally couldn't bear it. He thought of the little Taoist and his parents. For a moment, he missed them very much and felt disappointed and frustrated. He was a person with parents and children, but now they were separated by life and death. Moreover, he might not necessarily be those people even if he reincarnated again. That was because he already understood that the entire so-called reincarnation might be a great conspiracy. It might not necessarily be true and was grasped in the palm of someone else's hand. There are 3 ways to be unfilial, and having no descendants is the worst. Should I leave some of my bloodline behind? Otherwise, I'll be going to the forbidden area, and then I'll be going to war in more dangerous places. What if I die? Am I drunk? Why am I babbling nonsense? Chu Feng felt that he was a little unable to control himself. A drunk person walked over from the side and said, "Brother, what are you saying? You want to leave descendants? I understand. Haha, I'll help you introduce." He was very ambiguous and had a strange smile on his face. "Get lost. My child's mother is at least a celestial venerable. Under normal circumstances, she'll also be a fairy. Go away." Even the evolver who walked over with the intention of making fun of him was dumbfounded. He was extremely speechless and finally mumbled, "Celestial venerable level entities don't give birth to descendants anymore. Even if they don't give birth, I'll let them," shouted Chu Feng. After that, he covered his mouth and quickly ran away. He felt that he was really drunk. What kind of nonsense was he talking about? Chu Feng escaped from this giant city. In this drunken state, he felt that the entire world he saw was a little different. Why was the mountain in the distance bleeding? Strange. Chu Feng sensed the abnormality. After he was slightly drunk, his fiery eyes seemed to be extremely strange. This was because his soul light was fluctuating very violently and very special, causing the things he saw to be a little different. Under a special soul light frequency, the fiery eyes will mutate. One can see the truth of the world in this state. Chu Feng's hair stood on end because he thought of this paragraph of record. He had once seen this when he was looking up information not long ago. The supreme terrain was most likely to burn out the fiery eyes. As a result, there were predecessors' painstaking efforts in this area. He was horrified. What was this situation? After that, he raised his head and saw that the sky was leaking. There was a big hole dripping blood. He saw the distant mountains dripping with blood, and the earth was very dilapidated. This was a little different from the world he saw in his normal state. It was as if he couldn't see this part normally. This is the other side of the real world. After that, Chu Feng saw a few people with lustrous light flying away from the horizon. There were also people coming over here. Among them, there was a ball of light that was too resplendent. It could practically illuminate the heavens and the earth. It was even more glaring than the sun on normal days. Huh, you can see me? That most glaring ball of light flew over. There was a person in it. He walked like a dragon or a tiger and exuded power without being angry. He was like a son of heaven. Who are you? Chu Feng's hair stood on end. He had a feeling that this person was very unusual. Your face. After that ball of light approached, it quickly retreated a few steps as if it was very shocked. It stared at Chu Feng again and again before regaining its composure. In an instant, that person returned to normal and said, "On the day the gates of the netherworld opened, I, a lonely wild ghost, came out to take a breather." The netherworld? Chu Feng was dumbfounded. This was a place related to the Soul River. It was even a place connected to it. Where did this person come from? However, judging from his words, it seemed like he was just a ghost. Who are you exactly? Chu Feng asked. I was once unrivaled in 10 lifetimes. I was called a king in the human world for 10 lifetimes. Now that I'm out for a breather, I'm going back very soon. This person who was like a son of heaven said so. You guys, what exactly are your origins? Chu Feng looked at the figures in the distance. This person actually responded again and said, We're all dead people. It's been several eras. However, in theory, no one should be able to see us. They can't see the real world clearly. Chapter 1369. Chu Feng felt cold air flowing through the cracks of his bones. Was everything he saw true? The gates of the netherworld were wide open, and ghosts were coming out to take a breather? This was really too absurd. How could it be like this? He was an evolver and had seen too many souls, but that was only energy. After being separated from the flesh for a long time, it would naturally dissipate like rootless duckweed. But now, someone was telling him that the final resting place of all spirits was a prison, and the ghosts of several epochs were still locked up there. This was a little unreasonable. Who was leading all of this? I'm drunk. Chu Feng shook his head forcefully. He didn't quite believe it. It wasn't like he hadn't walked the reincarnation road and reached the end, but he had never seen a prison. From his point of view, this road was more like a mechanical instrument that repeated the same thing day after day, and that was to format all the soul light. He knew that some people carried talismans and reincarnated with their memories in the end. At the same time, he had once witnessed with his own eyes even more soul light being cast into an abyss. He didn't know where it led to. Did they really go to reincarnation? Sometimes he also suspected that those creatures that fell into the black abyss weren't able to obtain new life, but were truly dead and their soul light was extinguished forever. Sometimes he even thought about it. Could it be that the sea of soul light had become special nourishment to provide energy for some creature or some machine? The waters of this pond were too deep. Every time he thought about it, he would feel a chill run down his spine. And now, when Chu Feng heard the words of this ghost who was known as the king of the human world for 10 lifetimes, he was a little suspicious. Could it be that the bottom of that black abyss was the place that imprisoned all the ghosts since ancient times? If that was the case, then it was too terrifying. Why do you always stare at my face? Chu Feng raised his head and asked. This young man's bearing was calm, and he had an imposing appearance. It could be said that he was powerful even without being angry. He had the imposing manner of a monarch with wisps of intimidating temperament. At the same time, he was also aloof and gave people a feeling that he was detached from the mortal world. And ever since they met, he had been staring at Chu Feng all along. Your face is very scary. In any case, Chu Feng hadn't expected this man to say such words. He was indignant and said, Did you misunderstand after being locked up for so long? Did you confuse handsomeness with fearsomeness? Take a good look at this face again. It's enough to make a fairy break your waist. The young man looked at him and said, Your face is stained with blood and is engraved with terrifying information. There are strange traces. The young man looked at him and said, Your face is stained with blood and carved with frightening information and strange traces. The self-proclaimed 10 Eras king said, You can't see it yourself, but I can feel it. The traces are conveying some kind of important information. Where did you come from? What is your name? Chu Feng spread out his sleeves, and a sparkling and translucent mirror appeared in the air, reflecting his face. Golden symbols flickered within his eyes, extremely intimidating. In addition, resplendent energy radiance pulsed, as if flames were burning within. He stared at the mirror's surface. Who are you trying to fool? It's still that Chu Feng who made the outer realms true fairy bend her waist. Who are you lying to? It's still the Chu Ding that made the outer realms true fairy bend her waist. Right. What's your name? The young man said with a smile. Did you find me familiar? Chu Feng asked. Did you find me familiar? Chu Feng said. Did you first intimidate me to stun me? Did you want to know who I am? The young man smiled and sighed. He gazed at the distant mountains in the night and said, At this moment, you can see me, so you can naturally see a part of the truth of this world. Look at the dark mountains and rivers, the scarlet land stretching for millions and millions of miles, the waterfall of blood, the new moon covered in dust, and the smoke of war surging. It truly makes one's heart ache. Chu Feng turned around and looked at the distant land again. The endless mountain ridges were stained with blood. The earth was scorched black, and the remnant flames were still burning. He seriously suspected that he was drunk. Otherwise, how could it be like this? This was different from the Yang realm he had seen and understood. Was this the other side of the Yang realm? Was this the real world? The shattering of the mountains and rivers. Who can stop it? Who can do anything? Who will rise and fall in the bleeding heavens and myriad realms? Old memories are everywhere amidst the endless mountains and rivers of corpses. The young man sighed. He was reminiscing about the past, feeling frustrated as if he had lost something. He reminisced about the past, but everything was already lost. His past passion and hot-bloodedness had all been spilled. Too many people had died. He had once stood proudly at the peak and stood at the very top of the great world's ups and downs. Otherwise, how could he have reigned supreme for 10 eras and ruled the world? Chu Feng was indeed a bit scared. His fiery eyes were activated to the extreme and reflected a large expanse of golden runes. He overlooked the mountains and rivers and all living things. It had indeed changed greatly. Why couldn't he see it normally? Were the mountains and rivers half hidden? Or could it be that the bleeding mountains and rivers and the millions and millions of miles of scorched earth had been inexplicably overlooked? Chu Feng discovered that the flourishing Yang realm coexisted with the bleeding and dilapidated mountains and rivers like a black and white photograph. It gave one the feeling of being separated from a lifetime and returning to the prehistoric times. At this moment, on the great earth, the dilapidation and prosperity intertwined and entangled together. It gave one a very strange feeling. Why can't I usually discover this? Chu Feng shook his head violently. He felt that he might really be drunk. What kind of situation was this? He focused his eyes again. This world really was like an old black and white photograph. In addition, there were visible electromagnetic lights streaking across the scorched earth continuously. Green smoke rose from the scorched earth, and the remnants of blood and fire were mottled. Above the ruins stood the present era's new city. I usually see prosperity when I'm sober, but now I hear the echoes of withering and weeping blood in my drunken stupor. This is really a dreamland dyed in blood. Chu Feng couldn't help but sigh softly. The young man didn't speak. He looked at the mountains and rivers. This was the land he had once proudly roared at and the world he had once looked down upon. But everything had turned to nothing in the blink of an eye. The glory of his era was indescribable and indescribable. To this day, he could only watch silently. Even his old memories were incomplete, and it was difficult for him to remember everything. Tell me, who are you? Where did you come from? What was your era like? The mountains and rivers are different. The sun and moon have sunk. What happened? Chu Feng inquired seriously. He really wanted to get to the bottom of it. Why was it that he couldn't see the truth of the other side of the world on normal days, but tonight he actually saw the cruelty of the other side? Was he drunk, and all of this was illusory? Or was it that the usual ostentatiousness had blinded his eyes, and he couldn't see the truth and essence of the Yang realm? In fact, he even wondered if this was the Yang realm or the Yin realm. Rather than saying that he had entered the Yang realm from his homeland, it was better to say that he had actually come to the Yin realm. Was it just that everyone mistakenly thought that he was the one from the Yang realm? For a moment, he thought of many things and was full of doubts. Who I am and my name isn't important. Although I had a brilliant reputation and was the best in 10 generations, in the end, didn't I still die? The young man's face was expressionless, and he was rather calm. He didn't care about the rise and fall of these individuals. However, he also had something that he cared about. He looked at the heaven and earth and the ghosts that flew across the sky. He said in a dull voice, "Every time the world is in chaos, the gates of the underworld will quietly open and allow us to come out and take a breather." Was the world really going to be in chaos? Chu Feng shivered and asked, "How far will the chaos spread?" "The so-called chaos will definitely affect the heavens, and the 10,000 worlds will be stained with blood." "What does it mean if it only involves one region?" The young man was smiling, but he also felt somewhat powerless. The underworld isn't the underworld in the ordinary sense. It's not the underworld of the Yang realm or the yellow springs of the lesser Yin realm, but the underworld of the heavens. He spoke softly and then let out a long sigh with endless hatred. He said, "Since ancient times, some people have discovered some places, but not all of them." Great waves rose and fell in Chu Feng's heart. He couldn't calm down at all. If it didn't just involve one realm of the underworld, then it was terrifying. All the ghosts of the heavens were imprisoned inside, including the heavens. He couldn't help but ask, Tell me the specifics. What kind of strange origins does the underworld have? How is it formed? How does it operate? What is its ultimate goal? Do you know about reincarnation? The young man asked. I do. I've seen the reincarnation path, but I didn't go through the so-called true reincarnation in the end. I feel that I am me, Chu Feng said. In addition, he couldn't help but mention that there was a river of souls in the depths of the reincarnation path. He immediately asked, what was going on there? I didn't expect you to know about that place. The underworld, reincarnation, the end of the river of souls, the floating earth of the four extremes, the celestial emperor's burial pit. If you connect all of these together, wouldn't it be very terrifying? How could he not be horrified? For a moment, Chu Feng's hair stood on end. He said, all of these are connected? He was quite shocked. The young man's mind wandered. His face was full of desolation and regret, as well as a kind of sadness. This was a man with a story. He had been glorious and stood at the top of the pyramid, but now he had this kind of expression. The young man said, these are only the tip of the iceberg. Someone discovered some situations. This is a boundlessly large scheme. If one thinks about it carefully, the whole world will tremble. Chapter 1370. Soul River, Underworld, for Extremes, Floating Earth, and others. When all of these were linked together, was it only the tip of the iceberg? How could Chu Feng's expression not change? In that instant, he felt a chill run down his spine. He deeply sensed a type of strange and terrifying aura approaching, about to drown out the sun, moon, and stars. Forget about everything else. Even the limits of the Soul River were extremely terrifying, all of them harboring horrifying secrets. Since ancient times, no one had opened it before, not even the celestial emperor slaughtering his way there. If he thought about it like this, if these places were intertwined together, having a special relationship, once they resonated, the heavens would collapse, the long river of time, this piece of ancient history would break apart, no longer existing. Chu Feng was horrified. What kind of power was this? Was it a natural product of heaven and earth, or was it man-made? In that instant, he thought of the person number 9 spoke, of the unmatched existence who severed endless time with a single sword. He had previously wanted to reconstruct reincarnation, revive his old friend. It was because in that era, that person was the only one left. Almost all of his friends and family had died in battle. Only he stood alone at the peak, full of bleakness and coldness. However, in the end, he didn't reconstruct his own reincarnation, but instead unexpectedly discovered damaged traces underground. Unknown just how many years had passed since his era. Now that he thought about it, everything related to reincarnation, everything related to the underworld was shockingly ancient. They had disappeared before, but after a few great eras, they might reappear again. The young man spoke again, saying with a sigh, there was someone who was extremely powerful, not fearing anything. He had the chance to blast through everything. However, he left in too much of a hurry. Even though he had returned, he was even more anxious to leave. I believe that it might be because he discovered something, and that was why he set out to deal with it. He didn't even turn his head back, sitting alone in the copper coffin, watching the blood of the 10,000 realms. He crossed the heavens, leaving behind a cloud of dust, disappearing alone. Chu Feng was shocked. The person this young man spoke of was extremely similar to the one he was thinking of just now. Could it be that they were the same person? Who was that person you were talking about? He couldn't help but ask. Naturally, someone from the same era as me. Otherwise, how would I understand him? The young man's eyes were brilliant, releasing astonishing brilliance at this time. This was recognition of his own kind, mutual appreciation. Unfortunately, they would never meet again. Right now, he was just a lonely soul that came out to take a breather. The brilliance that belonged to him had long dimmed, forgotten by others. What about that person? Only, up until now, he had already disappeared for several great eras. Who could still talk about his past? Perhaps the strongest and undying enemy would still remember. Was this a kind of regret, or an indescribable glory? The entire world is silent. Ever since that person's final sword swept through the sky, making an era dim, ending it, the entire world is trembling. Unfortunately, in the end, a great disaster still came. The young man didn't feel unnatural. He didn't feel any conflict because that person covered up his brilliance. On the contrary, he was admiring that person's past glory. Chu Feng was sure that it was that person. With a slash of his sword, he stunned time and space, suppressing both the past and present. It was exactly as Number 9 had described. I've been the champion for 10 lifetimes, and now that I've met him in my 11th life, I wholeheartedly accept my defeat. I really want to walk side by side with him for a period of time, but unfortunately, I don't have the chance anymore. In the end, all that was left was sadness. At this time, Chu Feng was also silent. This kind of person had been the champion for 10 lifetimes, able to stand side by side with the one sword that Number 9 mentioned. He had once dominated the world, yet now he was imprisoned. He came out to take a breather. This was a bit desolate, a bit sorrowful. There was no need to even think about it. This was an incomparably arrogant person, an overlord among people. His end and ending weren't all that good. The mists of history surged. There were too many past events that made people's emotions rise and fall. There was sadness, regret, or passion that hadn't been extinguished yet, but these were all things of the past. Chu Feng was naturally unwilling. He wanted to know everything behind this. What's Soul River, Underworld, for extremes, floating earth? He wanted nothing more than to dig it up and see everything clearly. However, he was very disappointed. The young man's words made him feel as if cold water had been poured over his head. Do you think I can see through the essence behind everything? I only came out to take a breather, he said in self-mockery. He spoke lightly, but for this kind of person, it was extremely heavy. Who imprisoned you? Chu Feng asked. At present, there are human-shaped laws, walking corpses, great fog, and many other complicated things, the young man calmly told him. Then he spoke another truth. He said to himself, I once asked myself if I would still be myself after reincarnation. I don't know, but now I can confirm that this state of me is only a part of me. What did he mean? We're all walking corpses, incomplete ghosts. We can't change anything. When we were released, we were also searching for the materials that we lost, the soul factors that we lost, and so on. We wanted to find our true selves to be more complete. But can we find them? The world is very big. It was once split into pieces, but it was also the heaven-mending era. No matter what, it is still this world. However, our corporeal bodies have decayed. Our main soul light has dissipated. The pure matter of reincarnation might have already reached the other side of the universe and become dust, a true dragon, or even a you before us. When Chu Feng heard this, he was a bit scared. He understood this person's meaning. He was mocking the reincarnation of fate and lamenting the reincarnation of matter. Perhaps there really was a possibility that after the most powerful of the ancient times collapsed, some matter would reincarnate into the bodies of the later generation's experts. Even Chu Feng himself felt that his corporeal body and soul light might have come from the reincarnation of some people in the past. However, this wasn't the reincarnation of fate. Chu Feng said, Don't say any more. Why do I feel more and more terrified the more I listen? There is no place in the world without reincarnation. I am one with the dust of the universe. I shared soul light and matter millions and millions of years ago. The heavenly fairy and I also dried up together. The most terrifying thing is that I'm afraid I won't even be that remnant soul of the past. I won't be a normal wandering soul, but rather a standardized soul light fragment that has been properly engraved and released by someone. It's like a hard-working bee working, unceasingly gathering honey to collect the soul light scattered between heaven and earth by a person called Ten Crown King. Chu Feng didn't respond, but a chill assaulted his body. He felt that if he really died one day, he definitely couldn't go to the underworld. Yes, I'm very worried about that person back then. He left in a hurry. Just what was the reason? He was too hurried and didn't even turn his head back as he went on his way alone. I'm most afraid that he used himself as bait and threw himself into reincarnation. The youth let out a long sigh. Chu Feng was astounded and a bit shocked. The trajectory of the person that number 9 couldn't forget was actually like this? Impossible. It was because number 9 was sure that he was still alive now. There was still the most powerful imprint resonating, and it even hinted that that person had previously sent back information. That person was still walking on the furthest path, just that he rushed out too far by himself. The young man shook his head again and said, "It shouldn't be like this. If he died, his sword intent would immediately disappear from this world. Even now, he is still powerful to the extreme, making some kind of natural law resonate, making some enemies feel restraining fear and on guard against his sudden reappearance." Unknowingly, the darkness passed. A white light appeared in the east, and then a strand of morning light illuminated the world. The mountains and rivers were bathed in a layer of faint golden splendor. However, there was still blood flowing between the mountains and rivers. Chu Feng still saw another side of the world, a boundless scarlet land with scorch marks and fiery light. That sun. At this moment, Chu Feng's pupils contracted. He saw that the sun wasn't a rotating star, but rather a corpse. It was burning and flowing with flame essence. This world is huge. It's like a floating continent. Normally, the sun you see is formed by the natural laws. But now what you see are some corpses hanging in the air. There are powerful people, golden heavenly beasts. There are too many of them. Some are even old friends. The young man stared at the sky. Chu Feng felt a deep chill. The sun had just risen, yet it was such a scene. It was different from the usual sun, and it was actually a corpse. In the distance, a terrifying golden beast rose from the mountain forest. It was majestic and powerful, and golden light illuminated everything. However, it was also flowing with strands of deathly energy as it landed on the ground. There was no need to even think about it. Its evolutionary level was once extremely shocking and powerful. Looking at the land again, the flames of war hadn't been extinguished and the blood hadn't dried up. It was accompanied by the present era's new city. It was like yin and yang, reality and illusion intertwined together. The world of the living is only a continent. Chu Feng sighed. It was boundlessly vast and had gone through many ups and downs. Some eras were resplendent, and great eras fought for hegemony. Some eras were broken, dim and silent, changing again and again. The young man looked at the sky and sighed. "I'm going to leave. My time as a wandering ghost is limited, so I should go back. Before I leave, can you tell me a few things about you? Where are you from? What special experiences do you have? I always feel that we have some affinity at first sight." Chu Feng's heart stirred. When number 9 learned about Earth, he was stunned and incomparably shocked. Now, he directly mentioned that he came from the Earth of the lesser underworld. "What did you say? What name?" As expected, the young sovereign was shocked. This was the first time his expression changed like this. He then stared fixedly at Chu Feng. "The lesser underworld, Earth." Chu Feng replied. Sure enough, this name surprised the young man. "How is that possible? There's Mount Tai and Mount Kunlun there?" The young man asked hurriedly. "Yes, you've been there before?" Chu Feng asked. "Two people, two peaks, both of which were once related to that place. Before the original Mount Tai was cut off, it was a place of sacrifice. How come I don't know about it?" The man said softly. Chu Feng was surprised and said, "Wait a minute. What are you talking about? What era are you from? In the past, there was Mount Tai there." I should be the one surprised. What era is this? At least a few ancient histories have passed. Why do you still know that it's called Mount Tai and has Mount Kunlun? The young man's expression was solemn. He had released information about many eras and knew many things of the future. That was why he was very shocked. Chu Feng's scalp went numb. Back then, he had already vaguely heard of some abnormalities from number 9 and the others. He had suspected that similar things were happening, and that a planet and a universe were repeating and reincarnating. Or perhaps someone was reenacting that ancient land. "Who are you?" the young man asked. "Who am I?" Chu Feng asked himself. Then he said in a loud voice, "I am Chu Feng. What's the situation like in that area?" What's the background? The young man asked. Chu Feng felt that the situation was serious. He gave a detailed account of Earth, and even talked about the accumulation of culture and the customs of various places. It's exactly the same as in the past. How is this possible? Who are you? No, I should say, who is playing all of this? How audacious. What does he want to do? The young man exploded with unprecedented seriousness. You're saying that everything there is exactly the same as in a certain era? Chu Feng asked in surprise. Then he felt a chill from head to toe, as if he had fallen into the underworld of Yama. Brothers and sisters, Happy New Year. I wish you all happiness and happiness. In the new year, I wish everyone good health, good luck, and good luck in everything. Chapter 1371. How could Chu Feng not be shocked? Everything on Earth, whether it was the accumulation of culture, the names of places, or the direction of history, had actually appeared before, and now he was experiencing it all again. His heart was cold. Why, how could this be? His hair stood on end, and he had a layer of goosebumps. He felt that his bones had been frozen by the cold. If the entire Earth was reincarnating, then who was he? What were the people of this world? Who had the ability to do so? It was already amazing to let a person set foot on the road of reincarnation with their memories, and now it was even more terrifying to let a planet repeat its past. Some people are really audacious. At this moment, the young sovereign spoke. His eyes were deep, and he had already guessed after the shock. Chu Feng was shocked. What did this young man think of? Because that planet is a bit special, it once walked out of two peaks directly and indirectly. So, some people want to recreate that kind of environment to raise insects? The young sovereign said, such a speculation. This made Chu Feng's expression change immediately, and he almost instantly broke out in a cold sweat. This was really a bit frightening. Was everything under the control of others? The earth was like a jar, and there were some insects inside, waiting for the king of the insects to appear. Everything was because there had been a celestial emperor there, and there had been two supreme peaks, and some people wanted to try and see if they could cultivate a supreme being in a similar environment. At this time, half of the young sovereign's face was under the morning glow, and the other half seemed to be in the shadows. His eyes were like candlelight in the middle of the night, flickering and somewhat deep. He opened his mouth and said, "There is someone standing behind you." Chu Feng was startled, and a chill ran down his back. But soon he understood again. The young sovereign sighed softly and said, "There may be one or more people behind you, deducing and pushing all of this. You have to break out of this situation." What he said, Chu Feng naturally had some understanding just now. How could he not be shocked? That one or more people wanted to recreate the Earth's environment and recreate the customs of the past. They should be staring at the Earth jar, waiting for a special insect to spin a cocoon, and then fly out like a butterfly. This kind of life was really pitiful. Perhaps he had already become someone else's game. A bug in someone else's jar? Not only him, but the entire Earth was the same. The birth of all living things was the same. They only had one goal, and that was to be a seed thrown into a jar by someone. Some people were waiting for the seeds to take root and sprout, waiting for the worm to break out of its cocoon and become a butterfly. However, if one were to think about it carefully, the living being in the dark, that lofty existence, had paid a great price in order to cultivate a qualified earth jar. After all, thousands of years of history, the accumulation of culture, and so on were all going to happen. Quite a bit of time was needed, and they had to wait for a long time. They have endless lifespans and patience. Chu Feng sighed. How could such creatures care about time? Perhaps to them, it was just a blink of an eye. The young man said, "There's no need to despair. The creature behind it doesn't necessarily have evil intentions. Rather, it really needs a special seed to appear there." At this moment, Chu Feng arrived at number 9. Back then, he also said that someone might be reenacting the Earth. At that time, everything was already faintly discernible. Chu Feng still remembered number 9's complicated expression. He wanted to say something, but stopped himself. Naturally, he had seen through all of this, but he couldn't bear to tell Chu Feng the cruel truth. Under such a background, the best situation was that a benevolent creature wanted to cultivate a powerhouse. Perhaps it was because it was too dangerous, or perhaps the battle situation was too terrifying, or perhaps it was for the sake of storing up some hope and wanting to hatch another supreme peak. The worst situation was naturally that a creature was playing out all of this with evil intentions. It wanted to harvest the special seed and capture the butterfly insect that was coincidentally born in history. A more neutral situation was that someone was bored, and with a mere thought, they did it casually, leading to all of this. However, no matter what the situation was, it wasn't a good thing for Chu Feng. He grew up under the attention of others and in the time when he was overlooked by others. You're thinking too much. The big shots aren't that boring. Although their time is long, they won't be so bored as to stare at that planet all the time. They're just waiting. One day, if a special creature were to walk out from there, it would be the time for them to harvest. The young sovereign's words made Chu Feng not know whether he should rejoice or suppress his anger. Judging from your current level of evolution, the difference is too great, especially since you've already left that place. If there's any special mark on your body, you can destroy it in the world of the living, and perhaps you'll be able to completely escape. After hearing this, Chu Feng was silent for a while. He felt that for now, he might have escaped from that pair of eyes in the dark. The reason why he said it might was because he wasn't sure if the level of the stone jar was high enough for several pairs of eyes in the dark to not sense it. After all, the stone jar had fallen on Earth back then and was obtained by him. With such a thing on him, he believed that he could conceal any secrets of heaven. In particular, as his strength continued to grow, the characteristics of stone jar would continue to appear. He would become calmer and calmer, and no one would be able to detect it. There was just one thing. He was afraid that this stone jar was placed on Earth by those people. That would be terrible. He thought about it carefully and felt that it shouldn't be. The stone jar was too mysterious. It was suspected that it had passed through the history of several civilizations and appeared on different branches of evolution. This kind of thing could be determined without even thinking about it. It was above the ultimate weapon and not below it. If it was really in someone's possession, how could it be casually thrown away in Kunlun? Chu Feng guessed that it was because of an accident that he ended up there. Moreover, in the early days, it was really very ordinary and had no abnormalities. Even the strongest creatures wouldn't pay attention to it. This was the so-called concealment of nature. Then his heart calmed down slightly. You can tell me the details of Earth. I'll give you some advice. Maybe I can find some clues, said the young sovereign. He even felt that if he thought about it in a positive way, he might be able to find out that it was the work of an old friend. In fact, Chu Feng himself was also thinking about who did it. He didn't know much about the Soul River and the four extremes floating soil. As for the other forces, he didn't even need to say anything. He knew even less. The heavens were too vast, the realms were too big, and the heavens were too far away. The only experts he knew were the big black dog's master and the so-called female empress. Was it done by them? He seriously doubted that it was possible, because these people had either died, disappeared, or left. They all had their own accidents. Chu Feng narrated the history of Earth, as well as the various abnormalities that had occurred in the past few hundred years. The young sovereign listened very seriously. Then he nodded and said, "That part of history happened a few years after me, but because of someone, I want to understand it. From what you said, it has deviated from the track." Post-civilization era. The young sovereign mentioned this term, but in fact, it was Chu Feng who had said it. This so-called post-civilization era had a history of a few hundred years more than the normal track. This was an abnormality. After pondering for a long time, the young sovereign said, "Perhaps it's a good thing for you, because if it were played out normally, they should have failed. There was no so-called bug that flew out like a butterfly. In the original track, there shouldn't have been a so-called mushroom cloud explosion. After the nuclear war, it took a few hundred years of recovery before it gradually recovered. This was the post-civilization era. The truth closest to the truth is that they failed to raise venomous insects. They borrowed the excuse of Earth's nuclear weapons to half destroy that place. This is also the so-called post-civilization era. The young sovereign said. How is it possible to give birth to a supreme peak with this kind of method? Chu Feng didn't know whether to let out a long sigh and feel relieved or angry. After all, his homeland was at the mercy of others. He pondered carefully. The period of Yao Yao, his father and grandfather, should be considered a normal development. However, in order to raise venomous insects, people had purged everything there and made a vacuum. This allowed an even more ancient period of history to repeat itself, causing Earth to be reshaped, and a bloody incident had occurred. If one were to think about this carefully, it would seem cruel and terrifying. Many innocent creatures had been affected. Their original process had been interrupted, and their fates had been rewritten. So much so that Chu Feng suddenly realized that the destruction of Earthback then seemed to be the work of the deity race and the Netherworld race. But in fact, there was another terrifying creature behind the scenes. After some thought, Chu Feng understood. It turned out that the previous incidents weren't isolated. They could all be linked together, and there was a deeper reason behind them. He increasingly felt that the person behind the scenes wasn't a benevolent creature. Otherwise, how could he be so tyrannical, bloody, and cruel? In the end, Chu Feng didn't mention the stone jar. He felt that he had already revealed too much to this young sovereign, and had almost revealed everything. He shouldn't say more. Moreover, this was just a prisoner locked in the underworld. Now, he was just here to take a breather. Although it was lamentable and worthy of sympathy, he himself said that this might not be his true self. If by any chance he returned to the underworld and unwittingly revealed something, it would be very serious. Who's acting out this situation? The young sovereign asked himself. He was very serious because the truth behind this was very frightening. He increasingly felt that all of this was merely a trace of the truth behind the curtain. Between the heavens, between the myriad realms, between the heavens and the underworld, there was an invisible confrontation and a game. The curtains of the present world were about to be completely lifted, and the most terrifying collision was about to occur. Everything was about to emerge. He believed that this would be an unprecedentedly terrifying era. In this era, perhaps there would be a reckoning, or perhaps the curtains would fall, but there would be a result. This also meant that this time's collision was destined to be unprecedented in history. It would be extremely bitter, and the rising winds and surging clouds of countless eras would burst forth and burn in this era. "I should go back," said the young sovereign. He was somewhat disappointed and frustrated, somewhat perplexed, and also very reluctant to part. That was because this era had nothing to do with him. What was he? A lonely soul and a wild ghost. It was very likely that he wasn't even himself anymore. He was only an incomplete replica. The underworld and samsara were also in this situation. He felt very pitiful. Back then, he was the champion of 10 eras and was also an overlord, but in the end, he was a prisoner. Now, he was only out for a breather. "I really want to go to the underworld and recruit my old subordinates and fight again," he growled. He was very disappointed and also very sad. However, everything that belonged to him had already come to an end, even though he was also one of the strongest in the world back then. "I'm leaving. I've been summoned, so I have no choice but to go back." This young sovereign was actually unprecedentedly sad and incomparably disappointed. He directly soared into the sky and left. At the same time, Chu Feng also heard a special sound. That was the chaotic tribulation crossing song, one of the 3 strongest, wondrous techniques in history. It was actually only for summoning. How deep was the water there? Chu Feng's hair stood on end. The sad sound of the zither, the back view of the destitute and miserable person, quickly went far away just like that. He didn't even look back. He had no choice but to leave. "The one who once walked side by side with me and walked in front of me, I hope that one day you will come and set me free. I still want to fight again, The young sovereign roared. His hair was disheveled, and it was hard to tell whether he was sad or crazy. Just like that, he disappeared. Chu Feng silently gazed at the back of the figure until it disappeared. And it was also time for him to go on his way. He had to go against the flow from here on out. At this moment, between heaven and earth, one shadow after another, one lonely soul after another. All of them were on their way, heading towards a certain direction. The new year is back. Let's go. Third Sect Master. Chapter 1372. Chu Feng went on his way. For the sake of breaking through, for the sake of becoming stronger, he was going to enter that life danger zone. Along the way, everything he saw and heard was extremely sinister. The sound of the zither was still playing, but it didn't contain any offensive power. It was like the twilight of the Legion of Gods had arrived. Countless wandering ghosts wept and wailed as they rushed in a certain direction, summoned to return to the underworld. Even though it was under the morning glow, this world wasn't brilliant at all, because what Chu Feng saw now was different from the past. Mountains and rivers were bleeding, the scarlet land stretching out for millions and millions of li. Moreover, right now, the sun was a corpse in the sky, a human-shaped corpse. Even though it was golden and shining, there was also endless death energy sinking, falling down. That was why what Chu Feng saw was strange. Even though there was morning glow, it wasn't completely full of life force, but rather accompanied by part gloominess, part life. In that instant, Chu Feng followed down to see what exactly the underworld was like, following those lonely souls and wild ghosts that covered the sky and earth as they headed in a certain direction, entering that terrifying land. However, he then forcefully shook his head, shaking off that impulse. Without enough strength, without standing high enough, one shouldn't take risks. Otherwise, it would only be courting death. This morning was truly strange. On one side was the bright red and lively morning glow, a world that the people of the present world could see. On the other side was a golden human-shaped corpse that hung in the air, releasing a special light and wisps of death energy. Blood-soaked, scorched earth, weeping mountains and rivers, coexisting with a majestic giant city, the magnificent mountains and rivers rich with spiritual energy. Old black and white photos, yin and yang intertwined, all of this seemingly out of place, but it truly existed, giving one an extremely special feeling. Up ahead, there was a volcanic crater that was entirely dark black. What flowed out wasn't magma, but black blood, releasing thick black smoke. Chu Feng's pupils contracted, but he didn't stop, continuing forward. This strange scene was everywhere. Even further out, there was a long life tree that was withered, without a single leaf. There was a giant bird's nest on it, a great golden wing pang's nest, but hanging at the side of the nest was the great pang's corpse, rotten, golden feathers dim, stained with blood. A bit further ahead was a marsh. There were endless corpses everywhere. Unexpectedly, a group of heaven horses that died, the rotting smell filling the air. Chu Feng frowned. How long could his special eyes last? At every moment, he could see the world that he normally couldn't see. The real world was actually so cruel. It didn't take long. As he continued to run, he saw the humanoid golden corpse rise higher and higher in the sky. After it gradually became blurry, everything finally returned to normal. Perhaps the effects of the special wine had worn off, but Chu Feng had returned to his normal state. The weeping ghosts had all disappeared, and the desolated land had also become blurry. What was left was only the flourishing and resplendent city of the present age. Chu Feng entered the depths of a mountain range and chose an incomparably quiet place where he wouldn't be disturbed. Few primates would pass by. He began to lay down the domains in earnest, preparing to cross over and head toward the revered 8 trigrams furnace. Otherwise, the Yang realm was too vast, and there were countless provinces. Unless one became a being at the celestial venerable level or above, it would be rather difficult to fly across several provinces. With Chu Feng's attainments and domains, this wasn't a problem. Before long, he stepped into a teleportation rune room. All kinds of divine magnets were set ablaze to receive the essence of heaven and earth. The mountains and rivers resonated, the earth's ancestral veins rumbled, and the earth chi boiled. Swoosh! He disappeared from his original spot and rushed to the next place amidst the resplendent divine magnets. Of course, that dangerous place was very far from here, and it was impossible to reach the destination in one go. He needed to lay down many teleportation domains along the way and move forward in succession. Recently, the Yang realm hadn't been very peaceful. All kinds of abnormalities on the three battlefields had spread all over the world. The emissary from the heavens, the river of souls, the yellow talismans turning to ashes in the Yang realm. This caused heated discussions and shocked the whole world. At the same time, everyone gradually knew that a chaotic era was about to arrive. Changes were happening in the Yang realm, and the heavens might bleed. An unprecedented change was about to appear. Therefore, the various races began to seek change. They wanted to nurture top-notch experts and didn't hesitate to use everything they had to strengthen their own races. Otherwise, when chaos arrived, it wouldn't just be a matter of the decline of a race, but a great calamity might happen. The river of souls that had only appeared in legends since ancient times was faintly discernible in the present world. Even the heavens were resonating, so who wouldn't be afraid? Many top-notch experts already had a premonition that the moment they opened their eyes in the near future, the whole world would be blood-red and filled with cries and wails. Who wouldn't be horrified? As long as a race had a certain level of foundation, they all wanted to protect themselves and survive. People realized that the so-called rise to power, the struggle for hegemony in the heavens, and the gamble in the great changes that had only happened since ancient times were all extravagant hopes and almost impossible. Perhaps only a small number of people and races could participate. They might come from the heavens, or they might be in the four poles, or some other unknown places. Normally speaking, as long as they could survive, other evolvers from various races should be crying and rejoicing. But now, every race only had one goal, and that was to struggle in this unprecedented great era. Everything was for the sake of survival. People didn't know the grudges between the beings at the top of the pyramid. They didn't know the depths of the unprecedented changes, and they didn't know the cause and effect of the resonance between the heavens and the underworld. The masses of evolvers didn't understand all of this. Many people were at a loss and hesitant. However, what could they do in this world? Prosperity, suffering for the common people. Death, suffering for the common people. It was the same for the evolvers of the Yang realm. The so-called rise and fall, which time wasn't caused by the resonance of the heavens and the earth, mountains of corpses and seas of blood. From the beginning to the end of the changes, rivers of blood were bound to flow. And this time, people didn't even know the cause and effect, and they didn't even have a clear answer. It was precisely this kind of unknown great calamity, this kind of world-shocking strangeness, and the great fog that was about to cover the sky that made people even more fearful and anxious. All living beings, all races, there was only one thing they could do at present, and that was to improve themselves. In the bloody future, only strength could speak. Chu Feng had arrived. He had crossed a total of 49 prefectures. This was a super journey, and during this period, he had carved domain runes along the way several times to relay and transport himself. He had finally arrived, and the revered terrain was in front of him. He stopped when he was still quite a distance away. It was impossible to directly transport in, because that would be courting death. How many people dared to cross the void in front of this dead-end land? Even the deities and powerhouses didn't dare to act rashly. It was a land of unfathomable depths. It was as if there were dragons hibernating and immortal birds buried. The whole place emitted a divine aura, but it also carried a strange aura of death. This really made people feel strange. Was this a pure land or a land of disaster? It definitely transcended the world. In some areas, even the earth, stones, and trees were bright red, as if clusters of flames were jumping about. And in some areas, some ancient lands, and so on, they were faintly green, as if ghost flames were flickering and emitting mist. There were also some precipices with waves of dragon cries and rock cries. It was as if tens of thousands of spirits were being nurtured. All kinds of the most powerful beast kings could break free at any time and shock the Yang realm. This area was very vast, and there was a scenery at every step. There were extraordinary layouts everywhere, and there were invisible great Tao patterns underground. Was this the revered 8 trigrams furnace terrain? Chu Feng gazed into the distance and already saw flying immortal lights rushing up from time to time at the end of the horizon. They were extremely dazzling and divine beyond compare. That was where the 8 trigrams furnace body was located, and there was actually such a strange scene. He could only sigh in admiration. The true revered terrain was too astonishing, far surpassing the imitation version on Earth by countless times. All kinds of layouts crisscrossed in 8 directions, and 8 types of energy flames were dormant. Once they erupted and burned this furnace, heaven and earth would be overturned, and the primal chaos would boil. Otherwise, it could refine all weapons in the world, and it could even forge the flesh and soul light of living creatures. It was truly a world-shocking land. I will rise here, Chu Feng said to himself. He stared and observed carefully from a distance. He wanted to see through everything because not only were there great opportunities here, but there were also great dangers. One could easily die and their Tao vanish. The revered 8 trigrams furnace terrain actually has a human form? Chu Feng was shocked. On Earth, an 8 trigrams furnace could be considered a complete entity if it matched the energy flames from all 8 directions. But here, he saw a human-shaped terrain beside the 8 trigrams furnace, and it was even holding a palm leaf fan-shaped mountain ridge in its hand. This was too amazing. Chu Feng was terrified. How could he not be moved? There were records in the Domain Talisman book that this kind of revered 8 trigrams furnace terrain could be considered peerless and almost impossible to appear. Great waves surged in Chu Feng's heart. Just what was the origin of the 8 types of energy flames here? If this human-shaped terrain fanned the palm leaf fan, would it pierce through the firmament? According to the Sage Master's silver page, this place is destined to defy the heavens. Chu Feng was shaken from the bottom of his heart. He felt that this place was too abnormal. All the Sage Master's knowledge came from that silver page, and he still hadn't comprehended it completely. After so many years of comprehension, Chu Feng naturally understood many of the complex domain talismans and saw the description of the revered terrain. A mountain with a human-shaped terrain is the true revered 8 trigrams furnace terrain. He was sure that this was one of the most terrifying terrains. According to the legends and the bits and pieces of information mentioned in the records, the 8 types of energy flames weren't necessarily the end of this terrain, but the beginning. This place might be the most nurturing and buried of all flames. Perhaps there was some kind of supreme flame. Chu Feng's heart pounded violently. He immediately thought of the legendary flame. Could it be that this place could turn the legends into reality and nurture a flame? If that was the case, not only would he be able to transform and advance here, but the wonderful 7 treasures technique would also benefit and obtain an unparalleled rare substance. In the distance, there was a nest on the stone cliff, pulsing with golden light. That was a nest of divine birds, golden crows. But Chu Feng's pupils constricted. He discovered, to his surprise, that the birds in the nest of golden crows on the precipice had been burnt to death for many years and were charred black. That was the golden crow, one of the most terrifying divine birds and mutant beasts in the world. It was most proficient in the Tao of fire, but in the end, it had been burnt to death. It was simply unbelievable. He was even more certain that this place was extraordinary. Third Sect Master. Chapter 1373. Previously, Chu Feng was still guessing that the race that resided in this supreme terrain was either the vermilion bird or the golden crow. But now, it seemed like this wasn't the case at all. A nest of golden crows was burned to death. These were living ancestors that played with fire, definitely true deities. They could also be considered immortal birds that had fallen into the world of mortals, yet they all died miserably. Of course, that cliff was definitely special as well, nurturing an unimaginable strange flame within. Now, it seemed like the vermilion bird and golden crow couldn't stay here for long either. Just what kind of creatures were hibernating in this dangerous place? What kind of race did they belong to? The terrain was deep and immeasurable. Mist rose in spirals, as if it was covered in a layer of sky. It couldn't be seen through, couldn't be seen clearly. There was definitely an unknown great vicious creature hibernating in the great mist. However, Chu Feng couldn't retreat. He advanced step by step according to the ancient book's records. So, a sonic boom sounded as a vicious beast rushed over crazily. Its speed was too fast, making many of the trees in the mountains fall to the sides and explode continuously. The leaves turned into powder, and even the rocks turned into fragments. That was a fish. Chu Feng was stunned, finding this hard to believe. The vicious beast that rushed through the forest was actually a great shark. At the very least, it looked too similar. There was no water, no great sea. It swam through the void, opening its bloody mouth, carrying a group of people as it swam through the air. It was a mount. Fiery light flickered, and then it burned fiercely, jumping about. That special great shark bathed in flames moved through the forest ahead, shaking its head and tail. It became more and more lively, carrying rich energy. The surroundings of the supreme terrain were on fire, and it swam over, entering deep into mountains and rivers. Who? A deafening sound erupted, whistling past. A flying ship flew past, and another group of people rushed into the mountain region, stirring up an expanse of azure fiery light that rushed into the heavens. Light shot out from Chu Feng's eyes. He realized that the various clans were all moving out recently, all of them making great movements. They should all have a premonition that a heaven and earth chaotic era had arrived, all of them frantically increasing their strength. There were some creatures that most likely had the same goal as him, coming here to evolve. After all, this wasn't some secret. The six-eared macaque bloodline had long set their eyes on this place, their plan quite mature. Many powerful clans knew that if they could temper their true bodies here, once they made it through and didn't die within the Supreme Furnace's body, they would obtain great opportunities. Boom! The flying ship fell and smashed into a pile of rubble. Sparks flew everywhere, and a few creatures walked out from within and entered the supreme terrain. Apparently, the magnetic field in such a terrain was extremely abnormal. The domain fluctuations were extremely violent, and all the flying vehicles would be seriously disturbed. The air trembled as a powerful energy fluctuation surged over like a tsunami. That was a real dragon. No, it was actually an earthworm, just that it was too large, as thick as a water jar. It wriggled about, moving through the void. Its entire body was scarlet red, and it carried a faint golden color. It arrived from outside the mountain, as if it was the sky itself. It was extremely extraordinary and mighty. It was actually a mount as well, and it carried a group of living beings through the void. The giant reddish-gold earthworm was very fast. It flew over Chu Feng's head. Pooh! A large chunk of mud fell from the sky and landed not far in front of Chu Feng. It was so big that it could bury a person, and the mud splattered in all directions. Chu Feng reacted quickly and evaded. His expression changed abruptly. How was this mud? Instead, it was the earthworm's excrement. It was coming for him, and a moment of carelessness would result in utter disgust. Were it not for his quick reactions, he would have been plastered to the ground by the mud. The reddish-gold earthworm flew into the distance. A few people's light laughter came from above. They didn't apologize and didn't care in the slightest. There were even some people who were looking down on him. They were whispering among themselves and pointing at him. They stood aloof above and watched him make a fool of himself. How preposterous! Were they courting death? This was too much. Chu Feng's eyes flickered with cold light as he stared at the sky. Hey, what are you staring at? That pile of earth dragon excrement didn't land on you. A young girl muttered in dissatisfaction. What was intolerable was that someone on the earthworm was already dissatisfied before Chu Feng had even said anything. They were blaming Chu Feng for glaring at them. Did they want to die? Chu Feng wanted to berate them. The earthworm had already disappeared into the distance with a swing of its tail. Its speed was extremely fast as it disappeared into the depths of the mountain. Someone on that vicious worm advised his companion, saying, "Don't cause trouble. We've entered the supreme terrain. Don't cause unnecessary trouble." The electromagnetic light was astonishing, like countless bolts of lightning streaking across the sky. That was a cicada. It flapped its transparent wings and whistled past, bringing with it a sky full of electromagnetic storms. The scene was astonishing. It was very large. It carried several people across the sky and entered the supreme terrain. Another group of people had arrived. Chu Feng's expression changed slightly. He discovered that there were quite a few people who had the same objective as him. Some of them didn't look like people from the Yang realm from their clothing. He pondered. Sure enough, the world was going to change. All kinds of demons and monsters were coming out, and all kinds of creatures were competing to appear. Chu Feng walked forward. He was weaving an identity for himself. He couldn't be called Chu Feng or Chowder right now. Otherwise, he would definitely be beaten to death. He had stirred up quite a bit of trouble on the three-way battlefield. The whole world knew about it. He had tricked, killed, and eaten the nine-headed bird. He had even offended the Yuan family and killed their celestial deities in succession. Now, he couldn't be said to be the common enemy of the whole world, but he was more or less a thorn in the eyes of some great powers. If he really dared to show himself here, it would be extremely dangerous. My name is Zhou Zhengde. When my transformation is complete, it will be Chu Feng's time to rule the world. He reminded himself like this. He couldn't give himself away. Soon, he would be able to use the pollen of the three seeds. At that time, he felt that his strength would increase explosively and he would be able to look down on all his opponents. He was temporarily lying dormant just to rush higher. Flames danced in the mountain forest, but these special plants weren't burned to death. They were still preserved, such as the purple gold vine. It flickered with a metallic luster and was rather sturdy. There was also the iron pine tree. Its old bark was cracked, but it didn't burn. These were all famous tree species that took root in the magma domain. When Chu Feng made his way through, the great flames were boundless. All kinds of mountain flames surged in the mountain forest and almost drowned him. Fortunately, the energy flames here could endure it. Of course, this was also because he himself was extraordinary. Normal evolvers couldn't set foot here. Meanwhile, this was still the outer region. After passing through a giant mountainous region, there are mountain ridges, valleys, and even great rifts. In the end, he arrived in front of the supreme terrain. Quite a few creatures had arrived in this region a long time ago. The largest group had dozens of people, while the smallest only had 2 or 3. They all stood on different sides. After careful calculation, there were more than 20 powers in total. They also represented the most powerful races. They had chosen their most outstanding disciples to come here. These people were all very special. They were all elites, and some of them were born from the mountains and rivers. They had been nurtured for a long time. From a certain perspective, they were the children of heaven and earth. Only now did they wake up and be brought out by others. There were also some hidden clans from the Yang realm who rarely came into the world. Their disciples were raised in their own lands of fortune. Their bodies were in the special terrain, and their flesh and spirituality were astonishing. They had only come into the world now. For example, there was a branch of the Tao race, the alien golden body Tao race. Their physical bodies were simply peerless and difficult to find an opponent. Some people from this secretive clan had come today. The Tao race was already one of the best, and their variant, the alien golden body Tao race, was naturally incomparably terrifying. Not far away, there was also the alien great thunderous Buddhist race. This was even more astonishing. It was rumored that this branch had long been extinct, but someone had actually appeared today. It was rumored that the first half of the Buddhist race's supreme breathing technique was created by the great thunderous Buddhist race. Chu Feng drew in a breath of cold air. His ears and eyes were sharp, and his spiritual power was powerful. Naturally, he could hear the discussions from far away and knew which races had come. In addition, there were races from above the heavens who didn't belong to the Yang realm. They had also descended to fight for opportunities. At this special moment, the general trend was about to reach a turning point. All races wanted to improve themselves. There were more than 20 races, and one of them was the Yuan family. This powerful family that had forced the Celestial Emperor's descendant and persecuted the Yushang family to extinction possessed unfathomable strength. They had also sent people over. Apart from that, there were also people from the Hung race. They seemed to be the most powerful race in the Yang realm. In the distance, a large scarlet golden earthworm was swaying its body. There were 4 men and 2 women beside it. All of them revealed strange expressions as they glanced at Chu Feng. One of the green-haired women laughed. Her skin was as white as snow, and her large eyes were lively. She revealed a mocking expression. "Don't let yourself go. You must play your part here." A young man reminded her. "I know, but this person is really interesting. He was almost buried in earth dragon excrement. He smells so bad, he." That woman laughed again and again in a somewhat unrestrained manner. Chu Feng's expression wasn't very good, but he didn't pay attention to her for the time being. He definitely couldn't let this matter go like this. He definitely had to demand an explanation. Everyone stood in 4 directions as if they were waiting for something. No one said anything. Chu Feng was no exception. He didn't want to stand out from the crowd and was unwilling to stand out. Instead, he stood silently to the side. Just like that, they waited for a full 2 days. Everyone was very patient. During this time, some other races arrived. For example, the 6-eared macaque clan. The monkey Mi Tian and his sister Mi Qing appeared as expected. They came here to undergo a life transition and were protected by the masters of their clan. In addition, Chu Feng also saw a certain Mortal King clan, the Mo family. Back at the sky-piercing immortal waterfall, Chu Feng had fiercely fought with the Mo family's disciples and killed 2 of their disciples. After that, he was chased down by them with all their might. In the end, he was so angry that he used the followers of the ancient history to cause trouble for the Mortal King clan, the Mo family. Not long after, Chu Feng's pupil shrank, but he concealed his abnormality very well. He was very surprised because he saw an acquaintance. It was a woman with a sweet and moving appearance and an impeccable figure. She could be considered a national beauty, and her clothes were very classical, like a woman from the imperial court. This was an acquaintance, Jiang Luoshun. Chu Feng didn't dare to believe that it was actually her. He was sure that he wasn't mistaken. This was the national goddess of the little netherworld Earth. At the beginning of the upheaval, she and Chu Feng had all kinds of scandals. Her best friend Xiao Qinyu had once gone on a blind date with Chu Feng, but in the end, all kinds of misunderstandings arose, causing all kinds of news about Chu Feng and Jiang Luoshun to spread all over the place. She had also entered the world of the living and actually appeared here. Chu Feng observed carefully. Obviously, Jiang Luoshun wasn't the main character of this group of people, but merely an entourage. She was following behind a young woman. That young woman was very beautiful, and her aura was also very strong. Chu Feng couldn't tell her identity. At this time, there was no time for Chu Feng to think too much, because the peace of the Forbidden Land had finally been broken. There was finally movement. Everyone has waited for a long time. A voice came from the depths of the supreme terrain. This was already the 4th day since Chu Feng arrived here. Apparently, the people who had come before him had long since sought to meet the master of this place, but no living beings had come out until now. In the supreme deadland, an extremely ancient chariot emerged from a blur. It was surrounded by an aura that could split heaven and earth apart as it slowly drove toward the outside. Needless to say, this forbidden land was extraordinary. It was different from other places because even the living beings in the heavens were waiting patiently. Whoosh! A stack of heavenly books fell from the sky and landed in front of everyone's eyes. A voice came from the ancient chariot and said, "This is a description of some domains related to the supreme terrain. If everyone wants to come in, you will all have an equal opportunity." Study it carefully. Everyone was dumbfounded. This book was too thick, and it was at least 3 meters tall. Chapter 1374. Not to mention the others. Even a domain researcher like Chu Feng felt dizzy. Who would be able to finish reading such a large pile of books in a short time? It wasn't just in the serene realm. There was a saying that domains were 10 times more difficult than evolution. Even in the yang realm, people agreed with this theory. No matter how talented a person was, they would still need to spend 10 times the evolution time to obtain the corresponding achievements in this difficult domain. It could be said that the whole world knew that not only did one need frightening talents to study domains, but one also needed time to slowly analyze and comprehend them. As such, the group of people was petrified. If one were to study such a large pile of books in detail and comprehend those ghostly talisman-like patterns, they might not even be able to successfully integrate them until the day they died. Chu Feng felt that he was already very powerful in this domain, but now he was feeling quite distressed. However, he also felt a sense of excitement and anticipation. He wanted to try this challenge because his talents in the field of domains had already reached the pinnacle in the serene realm. He had once been examined by the energy pagoda on the moon. Even that cripple had sighed in admiration and said that his talents were astonishing. In truth, this was indeed the case. His attainments in the field of domains were even greater than his evolutionary talents. So much so that the energy pagoda on the moon claimed that his talents in the field of domains were rarely seen since ancient times. He had once conquered the vast collection of books there in the shortest time possible and far surpassed the record. In terms of achievements, Chu Feng didn't let down his talents. His current achievements were enough to look down on his peers and many old monsters. In truth, his achievements at this age could be considered unrivaled under the heavens. This was in the truest sense. Chu Feng possessed an overwhelming advantage over his peers in a certain field. Moreover, it was a crushing suppression, but up until now, no one knew his depths. Even he himself didn't know how much faster his path of domains was compared to others. This is an impossible mission. Someone immediately screamed. Some people were already flipping through the books. What made people dizzy was that there were some single-threaded books in this large pile, while others were packaged. After opening them, there were dozens of books neatly packed inside. 3 meters tall, 3 meters long, and 3 meters wide, such a large pile of books caused the group of geniuses and elites to be dumbstruck and speechless. Is he intentionally torturing us? If they weren't deliberately making things difficult for others, who would be able to successfully complete their research? Chu Feng also began to flip through the pages. He frowned slightly because there was really no shortcut to take here. The people from the Taishang terrain weren't going easy on them. The first book in his hand was the flame transformation technique from the domain runes. It was very profound, but after reading it in detail, he felt as though he had drunk an ice-cold, sweet spring in the dog days of summer. His whole body was relaxed and at ease because the descriptions of domains within were truly wondrous. I'm also doing this for your own good. The Taishang is heartless, and the corresponding terrain is the same. No matter what your identity is, once you enter these mountains and rivers, you will be treated equally. There are no exceptions. The world is heartless and treats all living things as dogs. In order to protect yourselves, you can only understand the terrain here. A voice came from the war chariot in front of the forest, warning everyone solemnly. No matter how great your background is, there's nothing much to say if you die here. The races in this forbidden land won't take responsibility for you, because there were some areas that even they didn't dare to enter rashly. In order to avoid misunderstandings and to inform them of the seriousness of the situation, they spoke the ugly words up front. It was up to each person to choose, especially that 8 trigrams furnace. The runes inside are constantly changing. Even my clan leader didn't dare to enter rashly during all these years because too many of our clansmen have died, not to mention you outsiders. Don't think you're the chosen one. In truth, there are many geniuses in the heavens. You, and I are only a part of the multitude of living beings. No one is much stronger than anyone else, so don't think you have the will of the heavens." The person on the war chariot was very cold and didn't mince words at all as he warned everyone. Following his words, the war chariot finally drove out of the dense fog. The primal chaos gradually dispersed, and they arrived outside. A mass of light was within the war chariot, but what was more attractive was the chariot itself and the creature pulling it. Wrong. Perhaps it should be called the creature pushing the chariot. This was actually a single-wheeled cart. It was just too strange. It was completely different from what everyone had imagined. The ancient supreme terrain had burned countless geniuses to death throughout the endless years, including the fallen immortal king race, the great evil spirit, and other ferocious beings from the outer realms. However, who would have thought that the clan that resided here was so low-key? The person that appeared was actually sitting on a very small single-wheeled cart. Earlier, the great fog covered everything, and the aura of creation surged. No one could see clearly, and at the same time, they didn't think that it would be this kind of simple war chariot tool. In addition, the creature pushing the cart was extremely tall and majestic. Its black armor gave off an oppressive feeling. It was an ox demon. However, the hair on its head was very long, and it was all green. It was currently fluttering in the wind, so it looked too strange. Its pair of thick horns were also green and shining. "Ox head," someone said in a low voice. Bang! As a result, that ox demon's fist smashed over. Space shrank, and its arm enlarged endlessly. Its fist was like a mountain peak as it smashed down, sending the person who was whispering flying. Then it exploded in midair. No matter what your identity is, don't act so high and mighty here. If you want to humiliate us, then just die. The green-haired ox demon spoke in a low and muffled voice, its eyes suffused with a vicious light. In that instant, all sounds disappeared. Everyone became quiet. It was because this supreme terrain was too special. It was different from the others and definitely couldn't be compared to other terrains. It was rumored that it came from the outer realms, a fiery light that fell from beyond the 33 heavens. It didn't belong to the Yang realm. Meanwhile, the fiery light here gave birth to creatures. There were also secret inheritances regarding this race, saying that they belonged to a foreign race beyond the 33 heavens. That was why not many people were willing to offend them. This was especially the case when the one who died was only a servant and not the genius from that race who wanted to burn their true self. That was why they endured it. From this, one could see that the creatures in the supreme terrain were indeed low-key, but they definitely wouldn't allow others to act wantonly. They had terrifying confidence. At this moment, everyone noticed the ball of light on the wheelbarrow. They wanted to clearly see the true owner of this place. In the end, they were incomparably shocked. It was only a ball of flame without a fixed shape. A scarlet flame pulsed about and occasionally emitted a purple-golden luster. You guys should think it over carefully. Too many of my race have died here. You outsiders are more likely to walk the path of no return. The flame on the wheelbarrow spoke. It was indeed a creature. The master of this place was actually in such a form. According to the legends, their figures were different in every era. It seemed they were flame spirits that could transform into any species at will. At the same time, people were also shocked and felt a chill in their hearts. This was a ball of flame. Even they would be burned to death after entering the 8 trigrams furnace. This was somewhat terrifying and simply unimaginable. Even the unfathomable flame spirits would be incinerated in body and soul. It seemed absurd at first glance, but after careful thought, it made people tremble in fear. This highlighted the terror of the supreme terrain. These books include the domain Heavenly Book, records of the dangers of this place throughout the ages, and various records after the fire Tao runes gained sentience. You guys should study them carefully. While speaking, the wheelbarrow gradually faded away and disappeared into the primal chaos mist. It wasn't just the domain books, but there were also some records related to the supreme terrain. It could be said that this race was extremely benevolent and had given them too much convenience. My race doesn't study domains. It's just that our bodies are innately proficient in fire Tao runes. Many books have been recorded on domains throughout the years, but we're not proficient in this Tao. If you guys can comprehend something, it'll be greatly beneficial to your survival. Of course, if someone is sufficiently outstanding, my race doesn't mind cooperating with you. We'll gift you an even greater fortune from the supreme terrain. An indistinct voice came from the depths of the Forbidden Land. Everyone came to realize that the reason this race was able to reside here was because they were flame essences and not because they were proficient in the great Tao of domains. In truth, everyone knew that it was too difficult to achieve anything in the domain of domains. It was even more bumpy than walking on the supreme path of evolution. In the blink of an eye, everyone thought of many things. They had already realized that this race had brought out so many domain books for selfish reasons. They wanted to discover the heaven-bestowed entities within the domains and borrow the talents of the domain experts from the outside world to break through some special regions of the supreme terrain. Perhaps there was a prehistoric emperor's trove in those regions. Perhaps there were new supreme medicines that had been born in recent times under the nourishment of the extraordinary domains. They might even be peerless herbs of the cosmos level. This was quite possible. Generally speaking, such herbs could only be born in the supreme, treacherous lands. There had always been rumors that such plants existed in the supreme terrain, and their pollen was heaven-defying. However, the time needed for such herbs to mature was too long. It could easily take more than half an era. Could it be that such herbs were about to bloom? Even Chu Feng's heart was pounding. Could it be that there were really peerless flowers and mutant fruits about to mature? These were definitely heaven-defying treasures. It was difficult to see one or two in the Yang realm for many generations. For a moment, everyone's hearts trembled. Their eyes were burning with indescribable shock. If one could obtain a flower or a rare mutant fruit, it would be like ascending to the heavens in a single step. They would be able to leap into the 9 heavens in the shortest time and increase their strength explosively. They would become world-shaking evolvers. The group of people gathered around and began to study the pile of books in earnest. Apparently, those who could come here weren't ordinary evolvers. They all possessed extraordinary talents. Some of them had indeed dabbled deeply in domains and were now concentrating their attention in hopes of seeing through the mysteries. Some people felt that there was hope for them since there were people in history who had succeeded in refining in this immortal furnace and undergone intense transformations. Moreover, they weren't domain researchers. Naturally, there were also some people who were confident that they had enough trump cards. Chu Feng was quite engrossed in reading and had almost forgotten himself. That was because these domain books were quite enticing to him and actually caused him to become somewhat engrossed in them. The pages of the book flipped quickly, which surprised the young man beside him. He moved closer and whispered, "Brother, can you understand it?" "SOSO," replied Chu Feng. "You can do it so quickly?" That person was even more astonished. He then humbly asked for guidance in order to befriend Chu Feng. "How should I address you, brother?" "Zhojingda," Chu Feng told him while flipping through the book. "What?" The young man beside him revealed a shocked expression. Chu Feng's heart trembled. What was going on? Could it be that he had given himself away? The young man mumbled, "The degeneration has been causing quite a ruckus recently. Many people are allergic to this kind of name." I also felt a bit apprehensive after hearing the word "da." Chu Feng was speechless. Even this was possible. "Very good," the young man emphasized with a solemn expression. "Lower your voice. Otherwise, there will be too many victims cursing you behind your back." Chu Feng said in all seriousness, "I'm not Ji Dade or Chao Da. I, Zhojingda, am just like my name. I'm very upright and highly cultivated. I'm an upright person." The young man was also speechless. How could someone praise themselves like this? So much so that he cursed inwardly. Ji Dade and Chao Da were also proud of their moral integrity when they first started out. In the end, they didn't incur the wrath of man and God, but they still caused quite a ruckus and ended up on the blacklist of some top-grade races. Chu Feng paid him no attention. He had long since hypnotized himself that he was Zhou Zhengde. No matter what, he had drawn a clear line between himself and the Tuda generation. He put down the book in his hand and picked up a simple and unadorned piece of ancient jade. There were many astonishing domain runes carved on it, as though he had found a rare treasure. The heaven-mending secret manual? Chu Feng's heart was shaken. He had seen an incomplete version of this domain book elsewhere. It was known as the Heaven-Mending Manual, but in truth, it was about nurturing people through the use of domains arranged after birth. It could also be used to nurture weapons and transform secret treasures into spiritual ones. Previously, he had only learned a small portion of the incomplete manual. Now, he actually had a complete secret manual. This was incomparably valuable to a domain researcher. This was a rare treasure. Those with the in their names aren't good people. It's so unlucky to meet people with the in their names wherever I go. Some people didn't pay much attention. They were fairly direct and spoke resentfully after hearing Chu Feng's name. Chu Feng didn't pay him any attention and simply ignored him. He was completely engrossed in comprehending the Heaven-Mending Manual's peerless techniques. But that person didn't continue. He also wanted to avoid provoking a dispute and provoking the entity in the supreme, forbidden land to kill the instigator here. Bang! A dispute broke out in the distance. Some people were fighting over a golden secret tome, and blood was drawn on the spot. That was because both sides believed that the golden secret tome was extraordinary and that the runes flowing out of it contained traces of the great Tao. Even Chu Feng's pupils constricted after seeing it. He felt that the secret manual was no small matter. He actually didn't discover it immediately just now. The main reason was that it was suppressed by the other special books. The golden secret manual didn't reveal itself just now. Those who fight and kill are responsible for their own deaths. It has nothing to do with my race. A cold voice came from the supreme terrain. That race actually didn't care about these things. Immediately, the atmosphere became quite tense, and many people's eyes revealed cold glints. Chu Feng had long since released his powerful divine instincts and stirred the pile of books. Apart from protecting the jade stone in his hand, he also saw a silver book. This gave him a mysterious feeling. This silver book wasn't simple. He put away the jade stone and flipped through the silver book. Moments later, he was shaken because he found a special page within. This was a heavenly book. All of his domain arts originated from the silver heavenly book left behind by the sage master on the moon. There was only one page, but it was too complex and profound. It could be considered a peerless heavenly canon. But unfortunately, even though there were many characters on it, it was only a single page. The records weren't comprehensive and were only incomplete. Now, he had actually found another page. Moreover, he had no difficulty reading it. This was the follow-up chapter. This was simply too unexpected. At this time, someone beside Chu Feng spoke. Do you understand? You're flipping through the secret tome with a serious expression, but who are you trying to scare with such speed? Don't waste resources. If you don't understand, then move to the side. Chu Feng turned back and was immediately furious. It was that group again, 4 men and 2 women riding on the golden earthworm. At this time, a man walked over and spoke in such a disdainful manner. The main reason was that one of them had extremely high attainments in the domain and had already set his eyes on the silver book in Chu Feng's hands. Scram! Chu Feng spoke directly. Many people raised their eyebrows and realized that there was another conflict. Not far away, Jiang Luoshin also glanced over. She was indeed worthy of her former reputation as the national goddess. Her beauty was peerless as she studied the secret tome with a few others and discussed with them. Oh, your temper is quite bad. You were almost drowned in earth dragon excrement just now. I can smell your foul odor even from so far away. Yet, you still have the nerve to stand here. A young girl spoke. Not long ago, it was also her who had stood on the back of the golden earthworm and ridiculed Chu Feng. Third Sect Master. Chapter 1375. The girl's green hair was soft and translucent, giving off a unique charm as it danced in the wind. Her snow-white skin, sharp chin, and large, lively eyes made her look extraordinary. She was young and beautiful. However, her mouth was indeed poisonous. Earlier, she had mocked Chu Feng on the way here, and now she was mocking him, saying that she could smell the stench on his body from far away. It could be said that these words were too much and humiliating. Compared to her beautiful appearance, her words were too presumptuous and rude. Chu Feng was furious. Even a clay figurine would have a temper, let alone a person of flesh and blood. Not to mention the human trafficker, Great Demon Chu. He immediately said, "There are all kinds of things in the world, but in your eyes, there's only shit and stench. You can't tolerate anything else. Woman, your life is filthy enough." Under normal circumstances, he would not respond like this. If the location was suitable, he would just kill her directly. However, this was Taishang territory, and it was not good to be too high profile. The rafter that rotted first would be the first to be seen through, and it would be difficult to act later. What are you pretending for? You have a nerve to judge a beautiful girl like this? You lack cultivation. Disappear immediately, or you will bear the consequences. It could be said that the person they were facing was quite powerful. The girl's companion, the young man in charge of demanding the silver heavenly book from Chu Feng, gave a stern warning. He was clad in purple gold armor, and his appearance was extraordinary. His long hair was loose, and his eyes were like lightning. He had an imposing appearance and was a very powerful divine king. This was also where the group's confidence came from. 4 of the 4 men and 2 women were divine kings, and their backgrounds were not to be trifled with. Moreover, that red gold earthworm was even more terrifying. After hearing this, the green-haired girl kept her cool and did not get angry. Instead, she smiled innocently and said, "You're angry from embarrassment. Hee, I'm just speaking the truth. Look at you. You clearly have a special smell, but you don't let others say it. Big Gold took you as the dragon excrement platform just now. This is not a coincidence. Don't you think so, Big Gold?" She turned back and smiled sweetly as she patted the huge Big Gold. The scarlet gold earthworm lay on the ground, its entire body glowing with a scarlet gold luster. Its body was huge, and it was filled with a dense energy aura, giving off a terrifying pressure. "Bastard, get lost. You're not fit to talk about cultivation." Chu Feng only said a few words, simple and straightforward. The other party was fearless, provoking and insulting him again and again. It could be said that he had gone too far. Roar! The scarlet gold earthworm roared, emitting a boundless pressure. The surrounding plants were all broken, turning into fine powder under the sound waves. The mountain rocks also floated up and then exploded. This was a powerful, vicious bug, suspected to have reached the half-Empyrean realm. Right now, it was releasing fierce power. "Who are you talking about? Do you want to die?" The man in the purple gold armor said coldly. The lightning in his eyes became more and more brilliant as he pressed forward. "What's the point of talking so much? Let's just kill him. If we can do it, we won't waste any more words." Someone spoke from behind. It was the companion of a young lady and the purple gold armored man. His figure was tall and slender, and he was quite handsome and domineering. He directly moved, pouncing forward. He wasn't at the God King realm, but he wasn't far. When he reached out, his palm and fingers shone as if 5 mountains were pressing down. Yellow gas pervaded the air, and the pressure was immense. This was naturally a type of wondrous technique. His palm turned into a mountain, and it pressed down on the ground, directly smashing Chu Feng to death on the spot. Some people's expressions changed slightly. To casually use such a profound, wondrous technique, his family wasn't ordinary, and his background definitely wasn't small. Instantly, some people thought that this group of people should have come from 100 Mountain. The people there grasped strange, wondrous techniques, and some of the books they created were comparable to those of the Buddha race and Taoist race. On the 100 Mountain, there were at least 6 or 7 hidden families living there. They developed a super terrifying Tao field there, and it was a powerful alliance that rarely appeared in the world. There were rumors that their bloodline flowed with the blood of the Hung race, Taoist race, and other strong races. The key was that they had produced great universe-level creatures, which was why they were ridiculously strong. This was their disciple, and he had come today. Domain runes flickered beneath Chu Feng's feet as he retreated at lightning speed and left the place. He was afraid that after he attacked, that person's blood would splatter here and cause the pile of domain books to be dyed red. He was a person who cherished books, so he wouldn't allow that to happen. The purple-gold armored man watched calmly because he had long since sensed that the aura Chu Feng revealed wouldn't exceed the divine level. As such, he was very calm. But behind them, the red-haired man who was studying domains, the leader of the group, was staring intently at them. He was the domain researcher among the group. Both the green-haired girl and the purple-gold armored divine king treated him as the center. The green-haired girl wore a sweet smile, and her temperament didn't change. She stood there and transmitted her voice. "Brother Feng, do you really think his domain talents are abnormal?" He flipped through the books so quickly. "I'm guessing he's just casually browsing through them. We can't take it seriously. We're just testing him. We can't afford to make any mistakes this time. If his attainments in the field of domains are frighteningly high, he'll most likely be our greatest obstacle. This time, the stakes are too great, and we can't afford to make any mistakes. There's another universe in the Taishang terrain, and we must be the last to step in. As such, we'll simply test him and use brute force to eliminate a potential domain expert." The red-haired man replied in secret. He had come here not only to refine his true self in the Taishang immortal furnace and realize the transition of life, but also to enter the depths of the Taishang terrain with an even greater mission. He was a top-notch domain genius that the 100 Dao Mountain's great hidden families had carefully nurtured for so many years. He wanted to come out on top and attract the attention of the people living here. He had to win so that he could be brought into the depths of the Taishang terrain and have other plans. As such, he had to eliminate all obstacles by fair means or foul. He couldn't allow any accidents to happen. Not long ago, he had used his heaven's eye to see special domain runes appear under Chu Feng's feet when he took a step. It wasn't something an ordinary domain researcher could display. As such, he let the green-haired girl provoke him with the intention of testing him. If Chu Feng wasn't an ordinary person, he wouldn't mind letting the quasi-deity level scarlet gold earthworm suddenly kill him with brute force. He wouldn't give him any chance. The green-haired girl secretly nodded and said, "All right, we can't afford to make any mistakes this time. Our transformation is a small matter, but the things in the depths of the Taishang terrain are too astonishing. This time, Brother Feng, you'll definitely succeed and take the first place." She was very confident that the youth was suspected to have yet to surpass the God-level, evolution level. He could most likely only use domain methods to protect his life. And if his attainments were indeed frighteningly profound, then they would strike a vicious blow to strangle the genius and eliminate those who stood in their way. When the two of them were conversing in secret, they were communicating through soul light. As such, everything happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. It was just a matter of a thought, and time almost stopped. At this moment, after Chu Feng used domain methods to retreat, it naturally attracted the attention of the red-haired youth from the 100 Daos Mountain. His pupils contracted. At this moment, the quasi-deity king that attacked from their side had already chased over. His 5 fingers were like mountains, and the earthen aura rose sharply. This was a supreme secret technique that was comparable to the Buddhist race's 5 elements mountain. This was a superb technique that gathered the essence of the 5 elements of heaven and earth and condensed the most vigorous energy floating in the universe. It could be said that those who cultivated it to perfection could even suppress powerhouses of the same level with a raise of their hand. He attacked like this because he thought highly of Chu Feng and guessed that he wouldn't surpass the god level. He used this kind of secret technique to force him to use domain methods. However, he was disappointed. What was Chu Feng enduring at this time? He would just attack tyrannically and get rid of them all. Although Chu Feng kept a low profile, he was already being ridden on the neck. What else did he need to endure? Chu Feng didn't use his domain. He directly stretched out his right hand and grabbed that big earthen hand that was like a five-fingered mountain. After that, he pulled forcefully and with a puffed, blood splattered everywhere. Accompanied by a blood-curdling scream and a rain of blood splattered into the air, this quasi-deity king's right arm was suddenly severed. It was directly torn off by Chu Feng. It was rather tragic, and during this process, Chu Feng didn't look at him. Instead, he stared at the green-haired young lady and the others. They were the ones he wanted to get rid of. There really weren't many people in this generation who dared to humiliate him, the great demon Chu. There was still one more chapter. Chapter 1376. The genius from the 100 Daos mountain cried out miserably. He couldn't help but spasm and stagger, almost falling head first onto the ground. It was simply too painful. This was the pain of having one's arm chopped off. Moreover, it was not chopped off by a sharp long saber. Instead, it was forcibly torn off by brute force in an extremely violent manner. It was so painful that one would rather die. This was the complete opposite. He had received orders to attack and use violence to deal with the domain researcher. After probing him, he would kill him. Who would have thought that a seemingly weak youth would suddenly turn into a bloodthirsty beast? He was going to eat him alive. Behind him, the people's pupils constricted. Not only was this person's domain attainments extraordinary, but he was also hiding his strength. They saw through the clues with just one move. Was this a divine king-level expert? He had broken his companion's arm in just one move. It was too clean and efficient. The others in the surroundings also quieted down. Such a bloody clash caused everyone to reveal odd expressions. They had long since known that this place would be full of competition. Now, it was happening ahead of time. In the distance, a group of people near a large shark revealed astonished expressions. They had seen this youth on the road and thought that he was a solitary wandering cultivator with ordinary strength. Who would have thought that he would tear off a quasi-divine king's arm with a raise of his hand? Even further away, the exotic golden-bodied Taoist race and the exotic thunderous Buddhist race revealed odd expressions. They felt that they had misjudged him. What kind of strength did Chu Feng have? He was a great divine king. Although he hadn't gone all out, it was too easy for him to kill a quasi-divine king. So much so that his quick attacks didn't even trigger the heavenly tribulation. That was because he didn't use much energy. Moreover, it had been a long time since his last tribulation. His current king physique wouldn't be struck by lightning so easily. He would be fine as long as he didn't fight for a long time and expose his king physique. Kill him. In the distance, the red-haired man muttered. He had misjudged Zhou Jingda. He wouldn't allow any accidents to happen. He had long since suspected that Zhou Jingda's talents and domains were shocking. Now that his true strength was also extraordinary, he quickly issued a death order. Roar! With a loud roar, the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. The golden-red earthworm moved. Its enormous body blossomed with dazzling golden-red light. It was like a heavenly dragon streaking across the sky as it pounced towards Chu Feng. This was a quasi-Empyrean level life form. With such power, it could definitely sweep away all enemies here. In an instant, all sorts of boulders weighing hundreds of thousands of kilograms exploded, turning into powder. Many towering ancient trees were directly uprooted and flew high into the sky. Then, they were burned by the aura and turned into ashes in an instant. Its power was unstoppable. This was a quasi-Empyrean, the strongest creature allowed to enter this place by the creatures of the Taishang terrain. Any stronger evolvers would have to make a special report before entering. Otherwise, it would easily lead to misunderstandings. The creatures of the depths of the Taishang terrain would think that they were provoking them and would target them. Roar! Following its loud roar, a mountain top exploded. It was world-shaking. But as long as there was a powerful magnetic field or a domain, it wouldn't budge at all. The flames in this mountain range were pulsating and unshakable. Kill. At the same time, the green-haired girl and the young man in the purple gold armor also personally made a move. They leaped onto the crimson gold earthworm and charged over with it. At this moment, Chu Feng didn't care or fear at all. He attacked right away and attacked that one-armed quasi-divine king. He was a great divine king. If he were to really explode, would anyone in the same realm be able to stop him? With a boom, he charged over and that one-armed young man exploded. Chu Feng passed through a rain of blood and bones. This was the most powerful suppression. Charging and crashing, he directly annihilated the enemy and caused them to collapse. However, Chu Feng's strength as a great divine king wasn't displayed here because his opponent was too weak and wasn't on the same level as him. As a result, his terror wasn't fully displayed. The people nearby only knew that his divine king status was extraordinary, but they couldn't understand that he was a peerless great divine king. Behind him, the red-haired man's eyes were cold, and he didn't say a word. Meanwhile, that scarlet gold earthworm roared, erupting with anger. There was actually someone who disregarded the arrival of a quasi-empyrean, attacking right in front of its face, even before it rushed over, not taking any precautions against it. Too unbridled. The green-haired girl standing on its body and the young divine king in the purple gold armor were also furious. That was their comrade, yet he had died so tragically. Boom! The quasi-divine, sovereign-level crimson gold earthworm's body was too large. It was like a true dragon swooping down with a terrifying aura, causing the ground to explode. Earth and stone flew everywhere, and runes flickered violently. Flames soared into the sky and touched some of the domain runes of the Forbidden Land. If it was any other place, the mountains and rivers would have been turned to ashes, and the rivers and seas would have evaporated. However, here, only the surface was slightly damaged. Chu Feng disappeared without a trace. Some people saw the runes under his feet flicker and disappear in a flash. He entered the soil and soon appeared in the terrain ahead. Evil creature, crawl over here. This king will slaughter you like a dog. Chu Feng turned around and shouted at the scarlet gold earthworm from the mountainous region. Flames danced around him. This was a key region of the 8 trigrams furnace. He had already entered a region where the earth flames were gentle. Such a distance was only an inch for a quasi-divine sovereign. He could cross it in a single leap. The crimson gold earthworm raised its head and roared. The mountains and rivers trembled, and the entire area erupted with flames. All kinds of special trees swayed, leaves exploded, and boulders tumbled. It swooped over. Be careful of the Taishang terrain's layout. The red-haired man's heart skipped a beat. Additionally, he took action immediately. With a shake of his hand, a black ladder flew out. It was only the size of a palm, but it rapidly spread out to form a black waterfall that seemed to cross the sea. This was the heavenly bridge of domains. It was known to be able to connect all kinds of broken paths and traverse many domains as though they were flat ground. The red-haired man was worried that the crimson gold earthworm would be schemed against by Chu Feng, so he helped it construct a path to approach Chu Feng. The others drew in a breath of cold air. This person's domain methods were absolutely extraordinary and could be considered a heaven-bestowed talent. One could see a thing or two just from the heavenly bridge he had summoned. That was an item stained with his aura and carried his imprint. This was something he had personally refined. This was even more terrifying. To be able to refine a heavenly bridge of this level at such a young age was simply too astonishing. Swoosh! Sure enough, with this black waterfall paving the way, the pure gold earthworm raised its head and roared like a tidal wave. Its enormous body arrived before Chu Feng in a flash. Some people in the back sneered as though they could already see Zhou Jingda's death. Just think, how could a divine king stop a quasi-divine sovereign? There was an insurmountable chasm in strength between the two. The red-haired man was confident. He stood calmly in place and looked forward. I said, your whole body stinks. It's just a platform of dragon excrement. That must be it. Die. The green-haired girl was still smiling sweetly, but her gaze was cold. She stood on the back of the earth dragon and looked down at Chu Feng, waiting for him to be torn apart by a quasi-divine sovereign. No one could stop him, no one could save him. However, Chu Feng was even calmer than them. He stood there without moving and allowed the crimson gold earthworm to pounce over. But at this moment, a strange scene occurred. The black heaven-reaching stairway suddenly swayed and connected to a piece of land in the distance. This also caused the earth dragon to fail in its attack and rush over there. Boom! Flames filled the sky and rushed into the sky from that area. The scene was simply too terrifying. Within a split second, the red-haired man in the back felt his hair stand on end. He had a bad premonition and cried out involuntarily, "Grafting domains!" meeting each other as though they were worlds apart. His cry shocked the others. Then they came to a realization. You made a grafting domain in advance. The red-haired man was astonished. After staring for a while, he was immediately certain that Zhou Zhengda's methods were unfathomable. He had actually laid out such a difficult grafting domain. The others were also alarmed after hearing this. That wasn't an ordinary domain. Only those with profound attainments could lay it out. It could change the heaven and earth. It could change the trajectory of any approaching creature or weapon and guide them to a special location. That was why there was a saying that meeting each other was worlds apart. Roar! The earth dragon roared and struggled violently. The flames there were too terrifying. It was immediately incinerated after falling in, and its whole body was covered in flames. Even a quasi-divine sovereign couldn't bear it. Who's eating the earth dragon today? Chu Feng asked. He was very calm as he watched calmly from afar. He was a peerless divine monarch who could contend against a quasi-divine sovereign with his own strength. That was why he was fairly calm. Roar! The scarlet gold earthworm roared. It was an incomparable pain because the flames there were too special and terrifying. They were all formed from runes, and even a quasi-divine sovereign like it couldn't bear it. In the blink of an eye, its whole body turned red. Then it emitted the smell of burnt flesh. This was too fatal, and even its soul light was about to be ignited. This was the terrifying true fire of the revered 8 trigrams furnace. There was simply nothing it couldn't burn. It was countless times stronger than the flames at the borders. Ah! The green-haired girl screamed miserably on the churning scarlet gold earthworm. Even though the quasi-divine sovereign scarlet gold earthworm was glowing and doing its best to protect her, she couldn't hold on any longer. The clothes on her body were soon burned into a mess, and everything was black. She was almost running naked. After all, even a quasi-divine sovereign couldn't protect himself. Even if he was protecting her, it was beyond his power. The green-haired girl screamed miserably. Some parts of her body were lacerated on the spot, and her fair skin was flickering with flames. She wailed in anguish as she rolled on the earth dragon's body. Meanwhile, the man in the purple gold armor was also screaming miserably. His sparkling divine monarch armor was burned until it caved in on the spot and then disintegrated. His whole body was covered in flames as he rolled on the ground in pain. He was about to die a miserable death. In the distance, the red-haired man's pupils contracted. He knew he had encountered an extremely terrifying domain-warping character. That kind of talent was simply unparalleled. He was actually able to lay down a grafted domain in such a short period of time without anyone noticing. It was truly shocking. His methods were too terrifying. Chu Feng was calm as he watched the quasi-divine, sovereign earth dragon roll on the ground and roar. The scarlet gold earthworm smashed into the earth, stirring up violent energy fluctuations and emitting a strong smell of roasted meat. As for the 2 people on its back, they were even more miserable. In just a short period of time, they were almost unrecognizable. The green-haired girl's hair had all been burned away, and many places were dried up and cracked. Even with the protection of her family's secret treasure, it was difficult for it to have much effect. Many people were horrified and couldn't help but fall back. This was simply too easy. That Zhou Zhengda killed the enemy, too easily. He was slaughtering a quasi-divine sovereign. Chapter 1377. Ah! The green-haired girl screamed miserably. Her once fair and beautiful face was now completely black. Her lips were chapped, and her smooth hair had all disappeared. She was no longer beautiful, and her life was in danger. Her eyes were filled with terror. Her previous arrogance and conceit had disappeared without a trace. She no longer had the carefree demeanor she had when ridiculing others. Boom! The earth dragon rolled about. Its golden body was glowing with all kinds of densely packed runes. It struggled fiercely, wanting to soar into the sky and escape this sea of flames. Unfortunately, the flames in this area were too terrifying. They formed an order pattern that interweaved on the ground. It was resplendent and dazzling, like an immortal binding rope binding the earthworm. It had no way to leave the ground and could only crawl about. However, the flames rushed into the sky, and the great flames were terrifying. The dense energy burned many large holes in its body, and the smell of burnt flesh wafted out. In just a short moment, the quasi-Empyrean level Earth Dragon had suffered fatal injuries. However, this vicious bug was extremely loyal, protecting the man and woman from beginning to end. Its scarlet golden halos covered their bodies, protecting their lives. Otherwise, the green-haired girl and the man in golden-purple armor wouldn't have been able to survive even if they were divine kings. They would have long since been burned to ashes. However, this wasn't a solution. Before long, their bodies and souls would be destroyed. "Brother Foam, save me!" The green-haired girl cried out. Her eyes were filled with terror and despair. She was extremely afraid. Normally, she was the proud daughter of the heavens, and the entire world seemed to revolve around her. But now, in the face of the threat of death, she found herself so helpless and weak. Her life was about to be extinguished, and she was approaching the end. She didn't want to die. She was crying and asking for help, because she knew Chi Feng from the 100 Dao Mountain was a top domain genius. He had come with a mission from the Alliance, and had a rare domain secret treasure on him. In the distance, Chi Feng's eyes were cold, and then his pupils constricted. He naturally didn't want to see the green-haired girl and the young divine king die miserably. He didn't want to see the Earth Dragon fall here prematurely. However, the treasure on him was for entering the depths of the forbidden area. It would be too much of a pity if he were to waste it now. That was because the secret treasure could only be used a limited number of times. Buzz. In the end, he still took action, producing a black diagram scroll that was like a kasaya. It was covered in platinum patterns that were sparkling and brilliant. It spread out, covering the mountain region before him. This black monastic robe was extremely strange and also incomparably powerful. After covering that area, it blocked the fiery light and actually suppressed the fire Dao runes in the terrain. Sky-devouring white tiger portrait devour. Chi Feng shouted. He attacked decisively. The platinum patterns on the black kasaya glowed and formed a white tiger that roared and swallowed the flames. At the critical moment, he chose to help because he felt that Zhou was too much of a threat. He needed to save the Earth Dragon and let it kill its opponent. Otherwise, Chi Feng had a premonition that things would become extremely troublesome later on. This Zhou would become a great disaster and block his path. Only now could he crush him with the strength of a quasi-Empyrean. This was the most effective shortcut to eradicating this opponent. Otherwise, he might suffer a crushing defeat in the competition of domains. Chi Feng was very sensitive and had already sensed that this Zhou attainments in domains were too shocking. He was actually able to set up a grafted domain with a raise of his hand. His strength was unfathomable. It's actually this kind of thing. It's too heaven-defying. A god king sighed in amazement among the spectators. He had studied domains very deeply, so he immediately understood what it was. Condensing famed mountains and great rivers and refining the essence of their terrain into a magnetic essence, painting scroll to construct a sky-devouring white tiger portrait. This is indeed a super masterpiece. How terrifying. Another domain genius also sighed in admiration and revealed the truth. This was the origin of the sky-devouring white tiger portrait. It was very heaven-defying. It was refined from the real white tiger's terrain. In reality, the white tiger terrain between famed mountains and great rivers was extremely rare. It was said to be able to devour the heaven and earth. How many people dared to set foot on it? However, some powerful old monsters spent their entire lives studying domains in order to defy the heavens. They would forcefully excavate this terrain and refine it into a precious magnetic essence, painting scroll for their own use. Now, Chi-Feng was displaying an item with such a background. However, the more heaven-defying an item was, the more difficult it was to refine it. The requirements for materials were extremely harsh. Even though this black monastic robe was made from the precious magnetic essence, it was still slightly overburdened after carrying the essence of a great and ominous mountain and river. As such, it would suffer damage every time it was used, and a portion of the sky-devouring white tiger's terrain would dissipate after each use. In the distance, Chi-Feng also drew in a breath of cold air. He was certain that this item was refined by a peerless old monster in the domain of domains. Otherwise, the younger generation simply wouldn't have the ability to do so. A terrifying terrain capable of condensing a boundless and majestic mountain and river. It's indeed extraordinary. Chi-Feng also made his move as he spoke. He naturally had to stop the white tiger portrait from displaying its best effects by displaying the wondrous technique of domains. Boom! He directly drew in the nearby flames and attacked the white tiger from all directions, preventing it from devouring all the flames in the area. Chi-Feng was suddenly startled. He discovered that the white tiger that had drilled out of the black monastic robe was ridiculously powerful and had exceeded his imagination. The nearby flames were actually gradually being devoured by it. This was the Taishang terrain. Moreover, it raised its head and pounced toward Chi-Feng with supreme energy fluctuations. It was like a peerlessly ominous land was suppressing him as a whole. In a daze, Chi-Feng saw a vast expanse of mountains and rivers. Its imposing manner was vigorous and boundless, but a fiendish aura also surged up into the sky. It was boundless and covered the sky and earth. He immediately knew that this was the original sky-devouring white tiger's true landscape of mountains and rivers. Now, it had appeared to suppress and kill him. At this moment, Chi-Feng drew in a breath of cold air. The black light in his hand rose sharply as he used the black stairway he had forcefully taken not long ago as a bridge. He drove it into the distance in a beam of flowing light and disappeared into the other terrain. Boom! White light blossomed where it was. That white tiger seemed to really be able to devour the sky. Its might was simply too powerful, causing the ground there to sink and shaking the Taishang terrain. And all the raging flames were temporarily absorbed cleanly by it. Chi-Feng realized that this was the work of a super old monster. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so powerful. He guessed that it was at least a heavenly master on the same level as a celestial venerable. It might even be a sky diagram refined by an even more powerful domain researcher. If it really covered him, it would be a fatal blow. And at this time, the Earth Dragon also broke free. After the flames were extinguished, it roared furiously and soared into the sky. It swooped down like a true dragon and chased after Chi-Feng with a white tiger. This was a fatal blow. At the same time, the green-haired girl on its back was also screaming, "Kill him! I want to skin him personally." Chapter 1378. I must skin her alive. I'll do it myself. The girl cried out malevolently. She was incomparably hateful, and her eyes were filled with killing intent. She wanted to take revenge on Chi-Feng. Her current appearance was neither human nor ghost. It was truly terrifying. She had almost turned into a skeleton from a burns, and her beautiful appearance would never return. At the same time, Chi-Feng attacked once more. This time, he brought out a scroll. It was an incomplete magnetic essence diagram with a half-rotted vermilion bird on it. Boom! Immediately, a wave of heat surged forth as the half-rotted vermilion bird appeared and charged toward Chu Feng. Chi Feng brought out a similar item. It was also a great killing weapon. He was determined to kill Chu Feng. Since he had already attacked, he wanted to destroy this potential opponent without any mistakes. That was because the other party's domain talents terrified him. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to compete and lose the chance to enter the depths of the supreme terrain. Regardless of whether it was the legendary cosmic-level pollen or that even more mysterious thing, the 100 Daos Mountain couldn't afford to lose them. They were fatal temptations, so he had to grasp this opportunity. Of course, he also felt pained. This kind of sky diagram would be damaged every time it was used. Squandering it like this was too wasteful. Swoosh! Chu Feng disappeared. He used a special domain technique to bring out the divine magnetic ray. He disappeared from a mountainous region and moved to another flaming region. He frowned. The Earth Dragon, White Tiger, and Vermilion Bird were charging down together. It was truly difficult to deal with. If this was any other place, he would really be in danger. However, this was the supreme terrain. He immediately had an idea. Who would dare clash head-on with the supreme terrain? Chu Feng attacked rapidly, shooting out all sorts of special domain runes into the ground. For a moment, the entire supreme terrain was shaking and recovering. Flames surged into the sky. You're crazy. Chi Feng was shocked and furious. Was he going to activate the supreme terrain and turn this place into a land of destruction? Everyone had to die. Are you crazy? Are you trying to commit suicide? However, you can't die even if you want to. I have to watch you die with my own eyes. I'll kill you first. Chi Feng clenched his teeth. He felt that to be safe, he would go crazy and kill the other party with his own hands. Therefore, he immediately activated the heaven-devouring White Tiger scroll, and the incomplete Vermilion Bird also danced in the air and chased after Chu Feng. At the same time, he was frantically calling for the Earth Dragon to come back and stop chasing. At this time, everyone felt a trace of fear. They quickly retreated, staying away from the flames. Now is not the time to enter the depths of the supreme terrain to burn their true selves. Moreover, the flames were too fierce. If they were to really get involved, they would destroy everyone. Chu Feng saw that the Earth Dragon was trying to escape with the girl. He said coldly, "You still want to leave? We can't escape." He gritted his teeth, and the runes under his feet interweaved. They were densely packed, and he had finally triggered an even more terrifying restriction. Boom! At this moment, everyone was shocked and couldn't help but raise their heads to look. In the supreme terrain, there was a human-shaped mountain in the distance. He was holding a palm leaf fan, and at this moment, the mountain that the palm leaf fan was on trembled slightly, causing the fan to flap. As a result, a special flame soared and purple aura came from the east. Then, it soared into the sky for 15,000 kilometers. It's over. Chi Feng closed his eyes in pain. He knew that his sky map was about to be destroyed. That Zhojingda was crazy. He actually dared to activate the palm leaf fan in the supreme terrain. Purple aura filled the air. The flames weren't very intense, but they burned everything. Under the vibrations of the palm leaf fan, everything changed. It was different. The flames seemed to be able to burn everything in the world. Roar! The white tiger let out a tragic cry, and then its entire body faded. With a boom, the black Kasai-like scroll it was on disintegrated and burned. Following that, the vermilion bird wailed and directly disappeared from the void. It was completely burned. Both sky maps were burned to ashes. It was completely over. Chi Feng suddenly opened his eyes and said, "How did you survive when you were so crazy?" He didn't believe that the youth could still be alive. However, the next moment his heart pounded violently. Chu Feng was like a fairy. His body was moving beautifully as though he was dancing. He stepped on the few spots in the flames that could preserve his life and moved lightly, escaping the sea of fire. He captured the last traces of life in the supreme terrain at such a critical juncture. Chi Feng was shocked. The depths of Chu Feng's eyes were full of runes. That was the power of the fiery eyes. In addition, he had studied the silver heavenly book meticulously. There was an explanation of the supreme terrain inside. Therefore, he swam over in such a dangerous manner and wasn't devoured by the flames. Ah! In the distance, the green-haired girl screamed. The earth dragon was also rolling and roaring. Although they heard the call to escape immediately, they were still a few steps late. At the edge of the flames, they were swept by some rune flames. The scarlet gold earthworm lost more than half of its body at the first moment. Its soul light was ignited and it was shrinking rapidly. However, they were just a few steps away from the outside and were about to break away and struggle outside. But at this time, Chu Feng arrived. He was like a dancing demonic god. He was no longer light and agile, but brimming with an austere aura. He raised the blade in his hand and chopped off the head of the severely damaged earth dragon. Then, he chopped it again, making it roar and wail in grief. However, it was useless even if it was a quasi-celestial venerable, because Chu Feng was the great divine king. He could contend against it in the first place. Outsiders couldn't see it. They all thought it was burned by the flames and lost the ability to resist. Bang! Chu Feng raised his foot and kicked its mutilated body into the flames, destroying both its body and soul. "Don't kill me!" That girl screamed. She was very lucky and hadn't died yet. Only a small half of her body was left, and she was crawling with all her might. Chu Feng was incomparably cold. With a puff, he waved the snow-white long blade in his hand and cut her at the waist. She fell into the flames and ended her life with a blood-curdling screech. As for that purple golden-armored divine king, he also died a miserable death. Both his body and soul were destroyed. Chu Feng trembled. In just a short period of time, their side had suffered heavy losses. That Zhou Jingde was like a demonic god. He quickly killed their people and destroyed their sky map. For a moment, many people's eyes were gloomy. This Zhou Jingde's attainments and domains were too powerful. It made them feel threatened. "Everyone, do we need to join forces? This person is our greatest competitor. Few people can match his domain techniques. Who wants to compete with him? Why don't we find an opportunity to kill him first?" Chu Feng transmitted his voice to join forces with the others. Many people were moved on the spot. If the opportunity was right, they naturally had to kill him. Otherwise, it was likely that no one could subdue Zhou Jingde in a contest of domains. Boom! However, Chu Feng was even more powerful than they had imagined. He attacked once again, but this time he didn't shake the palm leaf fan. Instead, he shook the human-shaped terrain. The Grand Elder himself, he took the initiative to launch an attack and wanted to purge a group of people. That was because he sensed hostility. Many people were preparing to attack. "How dare you?" Chu Feng shouted. He was a little scared. Was this person crazy? He even dared to shake the human-shaped terrain. Was he courting death? Or was he courting death? Chapter 1379. He had actually taken the initiative to attack a certain group of people. This was simply crazy. Was he going to become the world's public enemy? Chu Feng was apprehensive. That was the supreme being. Was there really someone who dared to move against him? Although he wanted nothing more than for Zhou Jingde to go crazy and fight against the crowd alone, it wasn't good to activate the supreme being in such a manner. It was unbearable. "Everyone, join forces and kill this person," Chu Feng shouted. He called out to the people to attack decisively and interrupt the madman's actions. "Right, attack quickly. If he wants to die, send him in. Don't drag us down and kill him." Someone chimed in. Some people who held enmity against Chu Feng had long since become restless. They were worried that this young man with peerless attainments in the field of domains would become their greatest competitor in this terrain. Ha! You're truly courting death. You want to attack alone and kill all of us? You'll be the champion and seize the fortunes of this place. How ambitious. You should just send yourself on your way. Someone laughed coldly. He brought out a large net filled with flickering stars. It was as if a starry sky had appeared and quickly and violently covered everything. It was actually a quasi-celestial. As expected, there was more than one pure gold earthworm here. There were other participants at the same level as it, and could be considered a top expert among the crowd. They quickly attacked Chu Feng to kill. At this time, there was also an incomparably cold person. He didn't say a single word, but a stream of metallic sword chi gushed out from his lungs. Another quasi-celestial had attacked. Boom! There was another person whose feet trembled. Countless dense runes rushed out and rapidly extended into the depths of the mountains and rivers to obstruct Chu Feng's grand scheme of activating domains. This was an expert who had displayed astonishing talent in the process of stepping into the domain of domains. He was currently using a wondrous ancient domain that had almost been lost in the annals of time. He wanted to disintegrate Chu Feng's runes. However, the effects weren't that obvious since he had attacked later. The group of people attacked with cruel expressions on their faces. They weren't too far away and could attack with a raise of their hands. Meanwhile, Zhou Jingda's domain couldn't erupt in an instant and needed some time. How could it be so easy to attract the Supreme Being? Therefore, some people's smiles became cold. They felt that this was an excellent opportunity to instantly kill Zhou Jingda and get rid of this potential competitor. Anyone who was hostile and wanted to attack Chu Feng naturally moved to the front, and this was also the target of Chu Feng's attack. At this moment, contrary to everyone's expectations, after the supreme terrain was triggered, a cloud of smoke rose up and immediately spread out. Smoke overflowed, as if a dormant volcano was reviving, but also as if an eternal emperor furnace had appeared in this world, starting to ignite, about to erupt. There were no flames. Just the smoke alone was enough to cause an extremely terrifying effect. It arrived in an instant. It was too fast. Everyone was startled because Chu Feng's body had become distorted and indistinct. Their joint attacks and secret treasures had all struck his body, causing it to collapse in a split second. Virtual body! Some people cried out in alarm, realizing that something was wrong. This is the domain's starry sky reflection technique. It's a fake body formed in an instant, so it's difficult to distinguish the real one. He's actually not there. Someone cried out. At first, they thought that Zhou Jingda would most likely be doomed after so many quasi-heavenly venerables attacked him at such a close distance, and that it would be difficult for him to escape death. But who would have thought that it was a fake body? At the same time, smoke surged and swept over. Even though many people fled at the first moment and quickly retreated when they saw the supreme terrain being shaken, they were still affected. This smoke was too strange. It covered the sky and covered the earth, and it was everywhere. My eyes! The smoke was too strange. It was boundless and omnipresent. It could corrode everyone's protective energy light and make many people's eyes turn red from the smoke. It was as if they were about to explode. Even if they closed their eyes, it wouldn't work. Their eyes were burning as if they were being pricked by needles. The pain was unbearable. Not only that, but their 5 senses were being deprived and they were suffering from serious corrosion. Even their soul light was being refined. It was as if they were being cut by a knife. This was just the white smoke that seeped out after the supreme terrain was shaken. If flames soared, who could endure it? For a moment, while they were fleeing and resisting, they were also terrified. Was it really correct to come here to refine themselves? Why did it feel like there was no solution to this place? If they really fell into it to refine their true self, that would be suicide. Of course, there were also some people who revealed strange expressions. Even though their bodies were in intense pain and their eyes were about to go blind, they also experienced a kind of abnormality. After the smoke covered their bodies, even though their bodies were being corroded, there was also an indescribable energy entering their bodies and refining their souls. Oh no, my eyes! Someone cried out loudly. Blood flowed from his eyes as his pupils were pierced through. The smoke was like a sharp sword, completely destroying his eyes. 2 lines of black blood flowed out. It was incomparably miserable and terrifying. Profound, true magnetic mirror, illuminate the world. Chi Feng shouted. he wasn't greatly affected. He took out a magnetic marrow mirror and searched for Chu Feng. Before long, he really did find Chu Feng in the blurry smoke. He was hiding under terrain. "Kill! He's over there!" Chi Feng shouted, calling out to everyone. A magnetic marrow mirror flickered with splendor. Runes filled the sky and poured down in torrents, illuminating the mountains and rivers. The terrain where Chu Feng was became bright and revealed his figure. "Kill him!" Many people shouted unwillingly. As a quasi-Empyrean, he was actually in such a sorry state. His eyes were bleeding and he was almost blind. This made him furious. Swoosh! Chu Feng disappeared. He moved quickly, riding on the profound magnetic light. He was like a floating bolt of lightning as he moved from one terrain to another mountaintop. Then he disappeared once again, avoiding the magnetic marrow mirror. At this time, although Chu Feng's eyes were sore and he couldn't help but cry, he also experienced a new feeling. After the swelling, there was a cool feeling. His pupils were being nourished, and the effects were astonishing. He discovered that the fiery eyes had been refined. Chi! He entered the ground and moved on the domain runes. He suddenly appeared not far from Chi Feng and rushed out of the ground. Boom! He attacked decisively. His fist imprint was like a rainbow, as if an immortal bird had come into being. It carried dazzling flames and boundless energy as it blasted toward Chi Feng. Chi Feng was a supreme divine king. He was very strong, but compared to the current Chu Feng, he was clearly not enough. After all, he had encountered a great divine king. Puffed. When his right hand came into contact with Chu Feng's fist, it instantly became badly mangled and then exploded. He had many secret treasures on him, such as death substitution, body swap, and teleportation. All of them could be completed in an instant. But even so, he still suffered a great loss. One of his arms couldn't evade. It was covered by Chu Feng's fist imprint and locked onto by Chu Feng's soul light. With a crack, this arm exploded. Next, it was restored by the mysterious treasure and grew out. But in the next moment, he was once again caught by Chu Feng and directly torn apart. This attack was really too tyrannical. It made Chi Feng feel so much pain that he wished he was dead. That was because not only was his physical body injured, but the soul light in his body was also being annihilated. His hair was disheveled, and his entire body was covered in blood. Even his face was distorted. Chapter 1380. At this moment, something extremely terrifying happened. Chi Feng couldn't completely break free from this kind of pain. After his arm broke and disappeared, his soul light was still being harvested. Chu Feng's body emitted glaring runes and transferred a portion of extremely terrifying energy to corrode Chi Feng. The great Tao runes spread over and dealt a destructive blow to him, rendering all kinds of protective treasures useless. That was because it was the invasion of soul power, the interweaving of order, and the derivation of natural laws. It was very difficult to erase it after entering the body. It entered Chi Feng's wounds through his hands and made it impossible for him to break free. Ah! Chi Feng screamed miserably. He suddenly exerted force, and his shoulder broke. His shoulder blade disappeared, and half of his body was almost torn apart. He was covered in blood, and blood was gushing out of his wounds. They couldn't heal as they were continuously corroded by the order runes Chu Feng had sacrificed. Only then did he escape this calamity, like a lizard escaping with its tail cut off. He wrapped himself in a sky diagram and almost faded away. He blended into the mountains and rivers to hide from Chu Feng. It was too frightening just now, and his body and soul were almost destroyed. Boom! Someone made a move. He stood on top of a mountain peak, and his eyes were like rainbows. He had already locked onto Chu Feng through the endless mist. The mountains and rivers were trembling. That person stretched out an incomparably large hand, and black light erupted like a black cloud covering the sky. It suddenly pressed down and enveloped Chu Feng. Boom! The ground was split into pieces. Soil and stone flew everywhere, and the domain ruins were obliterated. The place where Chu Feng stood exploded and caved in several dozen meters deep. This was already quite terrifying. To be able to cause such destructive power in the supreme terrain meant that it could simply evaporate the sea and melt the endless mountains and rivers outside. Chu Feng disappeared. After being covered by that large black hand, he seemed to have been crushed and blasted into the ground to become a meat paste. Traces of blood could be seen flowing underground. Good death, someone shouted. In such a short moment, they were almost seriously injured by the supreme terrain Chu Feng drew upon and almost met with danger. The one who attacked Chu Feng was a quasi-Empyrean. Moreover, he was a peak powerhouse in this domain. He was just a hair's breadth away from becoming a true Empyrean. No one knew the shock in his heart, because just now he realized the seriousness of the problem. It was not that he had crushed and strangled Chu Feng, but that his own palm was dripping blood. He was injured. At this time, his large hand had already been retracted. Blood was dripping from his sleeve, and there was a terrifying wound on his palm that couldn't be healed. What was going on? He was shocked. He was a pseudo-Empyrean, while the other party was nothing more than a divine king. So how could this be actually injure him? In an instant, his face turned slightly pale. Could this be a great divine king? Yes, that must be the case. He almost cried out in alarm. However, he already didn't have time. Right at this moment, he felt horrified. His entire body was covered in goosebumps, and his hair stood on end. He knew that Zhou had arrived. In the thick smoke, in the great mist, it was like a terrifying hunter was already hiding in front of him, about to give him a fatal blow. Sure enough, right behind him, a wave of terrifying pressure spread over. Then he felt a powerful sphere of light. It was as if a primal chaos demonic god that opened the world had revived, slaughtering his way over. The blood energy it released was incomparably terrifying, enough to threaten him. It actually wanted to kill him. It was that Zhou. He realized that this person had slaughtered his way over. In the instant of a brief counterattack, he dodged. Moreover, he fled without looking back, heading in a certain direction. This was, without a doubt, the best path. As a powerhouse of this level, he immediately saw through everything. However, what made his body go cold was that his intuition told him that it was dangerous, that a great disaster was most likely descending. Even though he avoided Chu Feng's hidden fatal attack, the path ahead was even more dangerous. He discovered that there was endless golden light before him, the cold energy threatening. What was that? He couldn't help but want to shout out. It was an arrow. Although it was golden and resplendent, it contained boundless cold, killing intent. It covered him and sealed off all his escape routes. The most terrifying thing was that although he was a quasi-Empyrean, he couldn't tear through the void and teleport away. The domain was astonishing and could imprison everything. The arrow actually contained runes that filled the sky. It sealed off the void and bound him in midair, turning him into a live target. What was this? Everyone was shocked. Only Chi Feng and a few other experts with astonishing attainments in the domain understood what was happening. This was Zhou Jingda's work. He had long since activated the terrain of a nearby mountain ridge. That mountain ridge was like a longbow that had been accumulating power for a long time. At this moment, it trembled and shot out dozens of beams of divine light. This was a fatal attack launched with the mountain ridge as an arrow. The Taishan terrain couldn't be said to be the best under the heavens, but it could be ranked among the top. How could the mountains and rivers it was located on be simple? There were many accompanying terrains that were extremely complex. This mountain ridge was one of them. Its name was Shooting Sun Ridge. Its entire body was shaped like an arrow, and once activated, its destructive power was astonishing. That quasi-Empyrean cried out. He was hit by the arrow, and his chest was pierced through. In a split second, his heart exploded and blood dyed the sky red. The scene was incomparably tragic. That was a quasi-Empyrean, Yet he was actually imprisoned and used as a live target to be shot to death on the spot. How could it be like this? He roared angrily. He wanted to roar out the truth and tell everyone that there was something wrong with Zhou Zhengde. He wasn't an ordinary person, but the legendary Great Divine King. However, he didn't have a chance. He couldn't even emit fluctuations from his soul light, because there were dozens of arrows similar to the one just now, and they were all concentrated on his whole body. The most crucial thing was that he couldn't move now. He was imprisoned by shooting sun ridge. Puffed, puffed, puffed. At the last moment, this quasi-Empyrean didn't even have time to release a miserable scream. He couldn't even struggle as he was hit by dozens of arrows. With a Hong sound, his body exploded. With a Pu sound, his head turned into a bloody mist. With a Chi sound, even the dark red blood in midair was burned and then evaporated. His body and soul were completely destroyed. Not even a bit of residue was left. This was Empyrean, yet he died so tragically. He vanished from the face of the earth and was thoroughly killed by Chu Feng. At this moment, all the evolvers standing far away felt their bodies go numb. While they were shocked, they also rejoiced that they didn't provoke that malefic star. This was their greatest fortune. Otherwise, it would probably be very tragic. Even a peak quasi-Empyrean died so tragically, let alone the others. It would probably be even more tragic. The matter naturally didn't end here. Chu Feng was still attacking decisively. He guided shooting Sun Ridge and attacked a certain area. There, several divine kings cried out. After being shot by the golden arrows, there was no suspense at all. Not even dregs were left, and they died tragically. Chi Feng's guts were about to explode. He was also covered by the golden light, but he still had the sky map, so he escaped and fled to another area. However, Chu Feng's true body arrived and was chasing him. Chi Feng moved his body and used the treasure to disappear once more. But something that made his eyes pop out of their sockets happened. Chu Feng blocked the remaining two people from 100 Down Mountain. Pu. Two heads fell to the ground, killed by Chu Feng with his bare hands. One divine king and one quasi-god king didn't struggle at all. They weren't opponents at the same level and were killed by Chu Feng just like that. Chi Feng screamed. That was because he realized that his body was cold. The lower half of his body was gone, separated from the upper half and flying out. That cold blade light sliced him in half. He screamed in terror and realized that the devil-like teen was already standing behind him. In the surroundings, many people were shocked and their bodies went cold. Whether it was the Buddhist race, the Tao race, or the powerful race that Jiang Luoshan was from, everyone present was dumbfounded. This teen was too strong, killing a group of enemies alone. Jiang Luoshan revealed a strange expression and her emotions were slightly disturbed. This young demon king's unyielding attitude made her think of some old matters. Chapter 1381. The energy was like an ocean and extremely terrifying. The human-shaped mountain range in the Taishan terrain was trembling as black smoke surged into the sky. It was becoming more and more violent. That Taishan, the human-shaped mountain range, was shaking. It was about to erupt completely and vaguely reveal some flames. This was going to be a great disaster. Meanwhile, in the outer region, after Chu Feng cut Chi Feng in half, he lifted him up and made a throat-slitting motion to end his life. Chu Feng's hand didn't descend. This suffocating atmosphere tormented Chi Feng even more. While tasting the intense pain, he was also chewing on the arrival of his final moments of death. It was enough to make one collapse. It would be better to have his life reaped by his opponent. His breathing was hurried and his severed waist was covered in blood. He was in incomparable pain and oppression. At this moment, everyone was shaken. Within the special mountains and rivers, within the terrain that contained domain runes, this Zhou Zhengde was simply unfathomable. Chu Feng slashed with his finger, and Chi Feng's head flew out. Blood rushed high into the air, but he didn't die. A large hand suddenly grabbed his hair and lifted his head. Originally, Chu Feng's finger was shining, and the laws it emitted were enough to grind the other party's soul light into pieces. But now it was obliterated. That was a sturdy ox spirit with coarse horns and a head full of thick green hair that draped over his chest and back. A pair of large copper bell-like eyes were wide open and suffused with green light. It was him, the life form in the depths of this dangerous land. The oxman who had pushed the wheelbarrow out earlier was an absolute expert. Not only was Chu Feng startled, but the others were also astonished. A life form from the Taishang Forbidden Land had come out to interfere in the battle here and save Chi Feng at the critical moment. Talents are hard to come by. Chi Feng of the 100 Dao Mountains domain attainments are amazing. How about you give me some face and spare his life? If you want to kill him, you'll have to wait for a while. The green-haired oxman swayed his large horns and grinned at Chu Feng. His tone was one of negotiation, but no matter how one looked at it, it was a bit terrifying, like a demon king in human form. Chu Feng was speechless. Since you've already said that, what else could he do? He had a request for the Supreme Forbidden Land and still wanted to obtain a great fortuitous encounter here, so he naturally couldn't offend the owner of this place. However, he was also very unhappy. He had spent a lot of effort to catch Chi Feng, but in the end, he was saved by a few words. The Minotaur said, "Don't worry, we will protect you too. I will say that if you are crippled or heavily injured, we will appear to protect your life." Chu Feng cursed in his heart. Damn it, do you have to wait until you're disabled before coming out to save your life? However, he could sense that the revered Forbidden Region was especially eager for researchers proficient in domains. They hoped to preserve the top talents. This was good news for Chu Feng. If he was valued by the flame spirits of the highest forbidden zone, then he would have a greater chance of obtaining greater good fortune. After saying this, the Minotaur's face darkened again. He was a little dissatisfied with Chu Feng and said, "Do you know what you've done? You want to burn this place down? Destroy these mountains and rivers? How audacious! If it weren't for us cherishing talents, we would have long since attacked you and left your corpse lying here." He pointed at the supreme terrain with his finger. That area was shaking violently, and the thick smoke was too terrifying. It rose and fell like a vast ocean with tiny flames dancing about. Do you know what that is? The power of the Supreme. It's contained in this terrain. If it were to explode, it would be a calamity that could even burn through the 33 heavens. You have to know that it fell from above back then. The Minotaur's warning was incomparably serious. In the end, his face twitched as he pointed at the distant supreme terrain and said, "You've stirred up a great deal of trouble this time. Do you know how much effort we've expended to quell it?" After that, Chu Feng saw someone appear from the depths of the supreme terrain. He was holding a sparkling white bottle in his hand and was continuously sprinkling water to extinguish the specks of flames. That looked like a mutton fat J bottle. That's the true water we're talking about. It's the mother of heavenly water and was born before the world was created. It's very difficult to collect even a little bit of it. Today, we were worried about the resurrection of the Supreme and scattered some of it. "This is a great price to pay," said the Minotaur. "True water?" Chu Feng was surprised. He had collected some of it in the reincarnation pool that led to the Soul River in the 4th Forbidden Area and condensed it into the supreme rare material that he needed to practice the wonderful 7 treasures technique. He didn't expect that the fire spirits in the Supreme Forbidden Area would also have some. Fortunately, the Supreme has not resurrected and only emitted some mixed flames. Otherwise, a great disaster would definitely befall us. The Minotaur warned. Earlier, Chu Feng was still wondering why there was only smoke and no fire after such a long time. It turned out that the creatures in the Forbidden Area had stopped it. The Minotaur said again, "It's best if the Supreme is neither dead nor alive. Once it's alive, even if it's incomplete, this species is difficult to match in the world." Chu Feng was stunned, and so were all the other evolvers. They were really a little stunned. Could it be that there was really a creature called the Supreme buried in this terrain, and it wasn't limited to fire? The Minotaur retreated, but before he left, he melted a sparkling pill that was surrounded by flames and refined it into Qi Feng's head, causing it to slowly grow a body. Chu Feng really wanted to say, "Give me one too." This supreme forbidden area was too rich. They could give people all kinds of great medicines at will. Qi Feng's soul had been seriously injured, but now it was gradually recovering. For a moment, this place became quiet. The thick smoke in the distant supreme mountain range gradually dissipated and the sunlight shone down. Everything was gentle and tranquil, as if the previous battle hadn't happened. Chu Feng didn't say a word. He arrived before the pile of domain books and began to study them once again. The silver page, sandwiched in the silver heavenly book, was naturally the key to his breakthrough. This was a true supreme secret tome. It could be considered a great fortune to actually be able to find a page here. Back then, a silver page that fell into the lesser Een realm was able to give the Sage Master an all-knowing ability. But there was actually a follow-up here. This was really beyond Chu Feng's expectations. He secretly stored this silver page into his body and gave it to the lesser Een realm Tao fruit. The great divine king leveled Chu Feng to study. Meanwhile, he used the Yang realm Tao fruit to study other books. At the same time, he sent some of the most profound scriptures into his body and passed them to the lesser Een realm Tao fruit. This was equivalent to two of him comprehending the domain secret tome. The speed was much faster. In truth, so many years had passed. The lesser Een realm Tao fruit and the great divine king level Chu Feng had long since walked very far in the field of domain research. After coming to the Yang realm for more than 10 years, the lesser Een realm Tao fruit Chu Feng's attainments in the field of domains had risen by a large margin. He had already stepped very far into the divine expert realm and was continuously exploring and advancing on his own. For several days in succession, Chu Feng was intoxicated. In a daze, he forgot the passage of time. It was as if he was wandering at the end of the mysteries of heaven and earth, constantly exploring and absorbing the knowledge of domains. Chu Feng's talent in domains had long since been evaluated. It had even surpassed his evolutionary talent and was rarely seen since ancient times. In the past, he lacked the system and higher-level books on domains. But now, there were piles of complete sets here. This was tantamount to making up for his shortcomings. He was like a withered plant in the desert encountering sweet dew. He was constantly growing and absorbing nutrients, becoming full of vitality and emitting an astonishing luster. It was said that the difficulty of studying domains was more than 10 times that of evolution. It needed time to accumulate knowledge. But now, it was as if Chu Feng had pushed open a door. The inside was filled with resplendent golden light as he stepped into a sacred palace. His comprehension of domains increased rapidly, and his strength in this field increased explosively. Chu Feng felt that the time he had spent here for a day was equivalent to the time he had spent in the past several years. The main reason was because his evolutionary level was high. The lesser Een realm Tao fruit was more sensitive to the laws of heaven and earth in the divine king realm. At the same time, the lesser Een realm Tao fruit had been in seclusion for many years and hadn't come out. During all these years, even the Yang realm Tao fruit had been deceived and didn't know his depths. He had always been studying such things. Many of his studies were only a thin layer of window paper. It could be said that he would be able to understand everything with just a little poke. But in the past, he lacked secret manuals and had no way to see the heavenly tomes. As such, he had never advanced by leaps and bounds. But today, everything had been changed. Everything was different. Chu Feng read greedily. He wanted nothing more than to digest and absorb all the secret manuals on domains and move them into the depths of his heart. In the blink of an eye, he would become the most powerful domain expert. For several days in a row, Chu Feng forgot about everything else and focused on his research. He flipped through a large number of secret manuals, and all kinds of domain runes lingered around his body. Moreover, everyone was astonished to hear the sound of scriptures being chanted within his body. This was entering the Tao. It was a brand new domain of enlightenment. When one fell into such a state, it was as if time would freeze for him. Some people felt as if they could pass through decades in a single day as they immersed themselves in the deepest level of enlightenment. The people from the Buddhist race were shaken. They had the wisdom imbuement technique, which was secretly imparted in one night and obtained hundreds of years of hard work. However, disciples with great fortunes could only use it once or twice in their lifetime. But now, they saw Zhou Zhengde, a person who didn't belong to the Buddhist race, actually fall into a similar state of enlightenment in the domain research field. This truly shocked them. The people from the Tao race were also shocked, and their expressions were solemn. The outstanding members of their race also had special encounters and secret arts which allowed them to comprehend the Tao in one night. The most powerful legend was that 7 days in the cave was equivalent to 1,000 years in the real world. Of course, the so-called 1,000 years in the real world was actually the 1,000 years one had obtained in the Tao entry realm and not the 1,000 years that had passed in the real world. This was incomparably terrifying. In reality, one could obtain 1,000 years of cultivation in 7 days. Now, they saw Chu Feng also step into such a legendary realm. The cultivators from all races were shocked, and all of them stared at Chu Feng. Now, Chu Feng's entire body was glowing. Although he wasn't as abnormal as the Buddhist and Tao race after several days of cultivation, one day was the result of 100 years of cultivation. But now, he had relied on himself to reach the Tao state. It was also quite astonishing. Every day, several years of cultivation had increased to dozens of years of cultivation. Unfortunately, he didn't understand the supreme legendary secret arts of the Buddhist and Tao race. Otherwise, his harvest would be even greater. 100 years of cultivation in one day. How abnormal was this? Of course, his current method of entering the Tao was limited to the domain of domains and non-evolution. This also showed just how terrifying his talent in this aspect was. He could stay in this realm even without the Buddhist race's wisdom imbuement, and without grasping the Tao race's true inheritance of 1,000 years in the world in 7 days. Everyone saw Chu Feng flip through the books one after the other. In just a few days, it seemed as if he had already read and comprehended most of this large pile of secret classics. His body glowed, and all kinds of runes shone brightly. The chanting became increasingly grand and divine. His appearance was solemn like a Buddha and a Taoist ancestor. In truth, the Taoist ancestor substance around his body was so dense that it actually broke common sense and affected the evolutionary domain. He wanted to improve his constitution. The density of the Taoist ancestor substance became increasingly astonishing. Many people were shaken, and some people couldn't sit still. Qi Feng's eyes were cold. He really couldn't calm down and couldn't help but want to attack, but his heart palpitated at the thought of the grave consequences. That was because the Minotaur had declared that he would protect Chu Feng from death. I'll go all out. Even if I can't kill you, I can disturb your progress and your state of Tao comprehension. I'll force you out of the Tao entry state. Qi Feng was determined. He decided to disturb and destroy Chu Feng's rare Tao entry state. He wanted to force him out of this special state that was even more precious than life. Chapter 1382. At the same time, there were also people nearby who had similar plans. For instance, the race that had lost a quasi-celestial, as well as other entities destined to become competitors. All of them wanted to attack in secret and interrupt Chu Feng's Tao initiation realm. Cough. Someone coughed in secret. The sound wasn't loud, but it had long since condensed into an energy sound wave. It exploded beside Chu Feng's ears and wanted to blast him out of that realm. At the same time, Qi Feng also took action. He didn't dare act brazenly, and instead let out an inadvertent cry of alarm. He apologized to the people nearby and expressed that he had been possessed by the domain he was researching. The flames he had produced just now had burned him. The flames danced and violently interfered with the runes contained in the terrain. It caused violent fluctuations and the ground to shake as if there was a great earthquake. Although these methods were despicable and those with discerning eyes knew what was going on, no one could say anything or stop them. That was because Chu Feng's performance here was destined to make him their greatest opponent. The others were happy to see someone interfere. Meanwhile, the righteous people also shook their heads and stood in the distance. They weren't willing to get involved because Chu Feng was currently public enemy number one. There was no need to offend everyone for him and put themselves in a difficult situation. Cough. At this time, another old man coughed. This was an old servant of a certain young master. As a quasi-celestial, this kind of disturbance was too terrifying. Like a clap of thunder or a tsunami, the area surged and shook Chu Feng until his body swayed slightly and his ears rang. Sorry, it was a mistake. At this time, Chi Feng apologized once again and went to extinguish the flames. However, this caused the earth to shake violently and almost overturned Chu Feng. Chu Feng's expression was cold and ashen. He was simply about to kill someone. If he wasn't a great divine king, that quasi-celestial just now was enough to make him cough up blood and fall to the ground. His eyes were cold and emotionless as they swept over everyone. However, everyone was still shocked. Although Chu Feng was incomparably furious and his eyes were about to burn with flames, what was that sound coming from within his body? It was still the sound of chanting sutras. It was as if a Tao ancestor who was born before the creation of the world was preaching the Tao. His body was filled with Tao ancestor matter, and dazzling domain runes bloomed. His state of entering the Tao was not broken. What was going on? How was this possible? No one dare believe this, finding it hard to believe. He already woke up, seething with anger. So why was he still comprehending the Tao, still immersed in the deepest level of entering the Tao? This was completely impossible. When a person woke up and their consciousness returned, they would naturally fall into the Tao realm. How could their body still produce the chanting of sutras? Chi Feng was shocked and couldn't help but want to attack immediately. He wanted to see if Chu Feng was still comprehending domains. This was too strange. Cough. Off to the side, the old man's body was dry and withered, but his eyes flickered like silver lightning. He coughed again, and the sound of his coughing was like thunder, causing the ground to tremble so violently that it seemed as if it might explode. This couldn't be any more clear. He still couldn't accept this, suspecting that Chu Feng was still comprehending the Tao, wishing to forcefully disturb him again. Do you want to die? Chu Feng was furious, and even his long hair danced in the wind. This kind of disturbance was too hateful, and it was practically equivalent to taking his life. At the same time, Chi Feng also secretly disturbed him again. How many times in one's life could one encounter this kind of fortune? This was a great fortune. If one could grasp it, it was extremely likely that they could leap over the 9 heavens and transform into a true dragon. Now, someone was actually so despicable and brazenly destroying his fortune in front of everyone. This was to make him regret it for the rest of his life and regret today. However, Chu Feng actually wasn't interrupted. It wasn't because he was lucky, but because he had separated 2 Tao fruits. Currently, it was the Tao fruit Chu Feng from the little netherworld who had fallen into the Tao comprehension domain and was isolated from the outside world. Otherwise, these thunderous coughs and earthquakes would have forcibly disturbed him out of that kind of state a long time ago. Chu Feng himself was comprehending the Tao here. So how could he completely trust the people around him and not be on guard? He had to be vigilant and mobilize the Tao fruits from the Yang realm to guard outside. However, his bodily functions and corporeal body were now at the level of a great divine king. Everything was for the sake of protecting himself. Meanwhile, the soul light of the great divine king was hiding in the stone jar in the deepest part of his body, comprehending endlessly there. In just these few days, Chu Feng had already become a well-known figure in the God Teacher domain and transformed into a top-notch God Teacher. If he advanced a step further, he would become a heavenly teacher. One had to know that the heavenly teacher domain corresponded to the heavenly venerable domain, which ordinary people weren't old antiques and living fossils when they wanted to become a heavenly venerable. At Chu Feng's age, he was practically about to step into the heavenly venerable domain. This was simply unheard of and unseen. Although Chu Feng didn't fall from the Tao initiation realm, he was still furious. If it weren't for the fact that he had 2 Tao fruits and hadn't fused them into one yet, a great fortune that could only be encountered but not sought in his life would have been destroyed by someone today. Everyone was looking at Chu Feng. They all wanted to know why scripture sounds were still emitting from his body. He was still in the Tao comprehension realm. Chi Feng couldn't hold back anymore. He circled around Chu Feng and carefully probed around him. He wanted to determine whether or not Chu Feng used a smoke screen or some secret treasure to protect his true soul. He wanted to crack it. Bang! Chu Feng's soul light didn't manifest. He only used the great divine king domain's corporeal body and moved horizontally like a bolt of lightning. After that, he struck Chi Feng with a palm. In a split second, half of Chi Feng's face exploded. Blood and bones splattered everywhere as he tumbled out. The main reason was that he was beheaded by Chu Feng several days ago, and only his head was left. Although he was saved and the harmful order rules and so on in his body were obliterated, his vitality was still greatly injured. Now, he was heavily injured by Chu Feng's pure corporeal body. "Despicable villain, I'll kill you," Chu Feng shouted. He raised his sword and stepped forward. Cold light flickered as he directly hacked at Chi Feng. Chi Feng fell back. His complexion was deathly pale. He really felt like he had seen a ghost. Even now, in this kind of state, there was still the Tao comprehension melody in Zhou Zhengda's body. What in the world was going on? Was he a villain in vain? It actually didn't have any effect. "You can't make a move here. Senior Demon Ox in the Forbidden Land said that you can't kill me." Chi Feng put on a brave front. When he saw Chu Feng approach, he no longer retreated and forcefully calmed himself down. In reality, if he fled now, he could still escape. After all, Chu Feng was only a great divine king in the corporeal body now. His true soul light was comprehending Tao. But Chi Feng didn't know these. He felt that it was hard to escape, so he brought out the life forms in the Taishang Forbidden Land to pressure Chu Feng. At this moment, Chu Feng was long seething with anger. How could he still care about that kind of warning? Besides, he believed that with his present performance, he knew how to choose between the fire spirits and the others in the Taishang Forbidden Land. Chu Feng had beheaded him with a single sword strike and pierced through his soul light again. This sword was a secret treasure, and it was at the Divine King level. His movements were as fast as lightning as he completed it. He twisted it a few more times and made that soul light crumble and disintegrate. Chi Feng let out a miserable howl. He died very miserably. This time, the Minotaur came again. His face was gloomy. He glanced at Chu Feng and didn't say anything. Instead, he rushed over and gave that old man, a quasi-Empyrean, a slap. With a puff, half of his face exploded from the slap. Then, half of his body disintegrated and became badly mangled. The Minotaur didn't say anything and disappeared again. This could also be considered a kind of silent warning. Chu Feng looked at everyone coldly. Then, he went to comprehend Tao again and flipped through the books. For an entire 7 days, he was in the Tao initiation realm. In the end, he practically flipped through all the books. During this period, all kinds of domain runes pervaded the air and drowned him. During this process, Chu Feng's great divine king physique received the nourishment of the Tao ancestors' matter and was tempered 1,000 times. Unfortunately, it wasn't that easy to break into the Empyrean domain. However, he almost broke through in the domain. If he had the opportunity, he might be able to comprehend it in a day and step into a brand new world. And even if he relied on grinding and accumulating, he wouldn't waste too much time. He would have the chance to become a heavenly master in a short time. This was absolutely frightening. So much so that the instant Chu Feng opened his eyes, he felt that as long as he thoroughly comprehended the last paragraph of the Silver Heavenly Book, he could truly make a leap and become a heavenly master in an instant. Oh, there are traces to follow. If the terrain recorded on this Silver Heavenly Book corresponds with the mountain and river terrain map on the stone jar, I might be able to break through immediately and become a heavenly master. Chu Feng's little netherworld Dao fruit had completely awakened, but he knew that he couldn't study the stone jar now. After he withdrew from the Dao initiation realm, his chance had come. He was prepared to enter the very high terrain to refine his true self. Chapter 1383. Chu Feng had comprehended it to perfection and was almost a heavenly master. How long had it been? In just a few days, he had comprehended the wondrous realm of perfect enlightenment, and 7 days in the cave is 1,000 years in the world. He had advanced by leaps and bounds and shocked the world. This was a realm on par with the celestial. Now, Chu Feng was about to step into it. And how old was he? This would definitely shake the world if news of this were spread. He walked further and further on the path of domains. From now on, not only would he study the path of the predecessors, but he would also explore his own unique path. They would advance side by side. The wind blew past, and waves of heat assaulted people. Flames would soar from time to time in this terrain. Even the vegetation was of a special breed. For example, the cracked skin of the iron pine tree and the purple gold vine had taken root in the magma. None of them were afraid of fire, and their leaves had a metallic texture. When they swayed, they would collide with each other and produce crisp, clanging sounds. Chu Feng moved and was prepared to step into the depths of the supreme terrain. His cultivation had reached perfection, and there was no need to delay any further. Everyone was looking at him. In truth, many people were paying attention to his every move. This Zhou Zhengde was about to enter the supreme terrain. Everyone's expressions changed. They were all competitors after coming here. They realized that this Zhou Zhengde's talent in domains was simply too abnormal and far beyond their imagination. How long had it been? Had he actually reached perfection through that kind of unique enlightenment? However, many people didn't believe that he had studied all the secret manuals on domains. They believed that no one could be so talented. The path of studying domains was more than 10 times more difficult than the path of transformation. Even geniuses would have to worry until their hair turned white on this path. People felt that Zhou Zhengde was only relatively confident. He had read through the books once, and although he had gained something, it wasn't to the extent of being completely settled. He was only taking the risk in advance. Of course, this was also a form of pressure for them. Should they follow their competitors? "Let's go," someone whispered. That was because there was no meaning in delaying further. Studying domains would require decades or hundreds of years of hard work before one could achieve some initial success. Who could afford to waste time? They only skimmed through some of the ancient documents related to the supreme terrain several times. There are not only secret manuals on domains, but also various documents and handwritten notes similar to history books. Let's go too. At this moment, even the people of the Buddha race moved. The leader was a white-robed god king. His appearance was outstanding, and he had a dignified appearance. It was obvious that he was an expert who possessed the bones of a Buddha. He was very calm and very calm. His white clothes and white socks were spotless. As he formed the Buddha seal, he had the charm of a Buddha holding a flower and smiling. He was truly extraordinary and refined. Not far away, the people from the great thunderous Buddhist clan, who had broken away from the Buddhist clan and formed their own lineage, also made their move. The leader was a young man in a black robe. Now, he was going to work together with the Buddhist race's white-robed god king and cross into the supreme terrain together. "I have brought the stone foundation of the great Lane Temple." He was very solemn and dignified. There was a special Buddhist halo flowing with black light behind his head. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The thunderous Buddhist clan of the alien wasteland was really too famous. Their might shook the Yang realm, and they were one of the most powerful lineages of the Buddhist clan that had broken away. It was rumored that the clan had been exterminated a long time ago, but they had reappeared today. The most important thing was that the first half of the Buddhist race's supreme breathing technique was created by the great thunderous Buddhist clan. Correspondingly, there was also the legendary Great Thunderous Temple. It was the life and cultivation object of the creator of the breathing technique. It was an unfathomable weapon, and after his death, he was buried in the stone temple. Now, not only had the Great Thunderous Buddhist clan appeared, but their Buddhist son had also brought the stone foundation of the legendary ancient temple. They had come specifically to suppress the supreme terrain. They had made ample preparations. Very well. I have also invited the ultimate Buddhist top bone relic. It can resonate with the stone temple and cross the supreme terrain, the white-robed Buddhist son said with a smile. He became increasingly peaceful and tranquil. How can the supreme terrain be crossed? How can it be crossed? Someone from the Tao race laughed in the distance. Some people shook their heads. Apparently, they had also made preparations. While talking, they also moved and walked toward the depths of the supreme terrain. Let's go too. A woman spoke. Her eyebrows were curved, and her eyes were spirited. There was a red up between her eyebrows, and she was extremely beautiful like a fairy. Beside her, there was also a woman with outstanding charm. It was Jiang Luoshin. Their group actually attracted the attention of the Buddhist race and the Tao race. The black-robed Buddhist son from the Great Thunderous Buddhist clan asked with an uncertain tone, "People from the overseas celestial island?" When they heard this, everyone was moved and their expressions changed. The boundless ocean that floated with the Yang continent was extremely mysterious. It was reported that there was a celestial island in the deepest part of the ocean. The creatures living on it were no weaker than the Buddhist race and the Tao race. Furthermore, some people said that the quasi-immortal race in the Yang realm might be related to them. Of course, there was also a rumor that said it should be called Evil Spirit Island and not Celestial Island. Everyone was very serious. There were too many legends about the great evil spirits in the Yang realm. Some people said they originated from another world and could come over from the heavenly waterfall. As for the Evil Spirit Island in the overseas, that was the stronghold of the great evil spirits in this world. Some people also said that the celestial immortal race wasn't the great evil spirits, but a branch of the primordial immortal race. Everything was a legend, and it was very difficult to verify it now. Chu Feng was also surprised. How did the former national goddess, who was now Jiang Luoshin, have a relationship with the people of the celestial island in the depths of the ocean in the Yang realm? However, now wasn't the time to think too much, and it was even more impossible for them to recognize each other. He went on his way alone and had already gone out first. Some areas of the supreme terrain were very uneven and full of potholes. Moreover, as they went deeper, the strong smell of sulfur assaulted their nostrils. It was very pungent, and the smoke and fire were scorching. It was as if they had arrived at the volcanic crater of hell. Chu Feng was astonished. This should be a supreme land of danger. So why was there still the smell of sulfur in the mortal world? Ahead, there were ravines everywhere, and the road was rugged. Patches of magma appeared one after another, and many bold and vigorous iron pine trees were rooted in them. Their whole bodies were glowing with flames. Puffed, heat waves rose, and waves of magma rose and splashed into the void. It actually caused the space to distort. Everyone's expression changed. How were these ordinary flames and sulfur? This was clearly to confuse people. It was too dangerous ahead, and the flames contained order runes. Chu Feng approached the dangerous area, and domain runes appeared under his feet. He was ready to use a secret technique at any time to cross this area. With a buzz, the sound of flapping wings could be heard. A ladybug emerged from the magma and swayed towards him. It was bright red and sparkling, and there were 8 golden spots on its wings. Chu Feng was astonished. There was actually such a bug living in this magma, in this supreme terrain. However, the next moment, he felt his heart palpitate. He quickly tilted his head and evaded. That ladybug with the characteristic golden spots suddenly sped up and spat out a three-colored flame. It was actually a divine king-level bug. This is one of the calamity bugs our celestial immortal race had destroyed back then. Who would have thought they would also find this place and search for clues about that person? The people of the celestial immortal race cried out in surprise. The difficult birth was like being stabbed by a knife, but now it was smooth. There was still a chapter to go, and they would once again begin their journey tomorrow. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.